запитаю, Ольга, бачу, ви тут? З перекладом все добре? Кирил, ти не знаєш, чи у нас переклад вже працює?
Оля пише в чаті, що переклад працює, Людмила.
Дуже добре. Тоді будемо розпочинати.
It looks like everything is set up and ready. So let's get started.
Доброго ранку.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We are exceptionally punctual. I can't even believe that. Maybe because the project is being financed by a Swiss donor, so everything works like Swiss clockwork. I'm very delighted to see some familiar faces as well as new ones, but we will have some time to get to know one another. Good morning, everyone. We are ready to start our third and most likely last workshop in a large series of workshops aimed at exposing the Ukrainian manufacturers of windows and doors to the quality and technical requirements of the European Union, in particular, the legislation that regulates your construction products. Can you hear me well? Just put a plus in the chat if you can hear me well. I think Radmila is asking the Ukrainian participants in the first place because you can hear me. I can see some pluses, so it looks like everything is fine. I will start with a technical announcement. Dear participants, first of all, I would like to inform you that we are going to record our workshop today. We want to have the recording to make it available to those interested persons who cannot participate today. If you have objections against recording, just have your camera off and your face will not be on the screen. Thank you for that. Another technical announcement. During our workshop today, we will have simultaneous interpretation from English into Ukrainian and vice versa. If you want to access interpretation, please find the globe symbol at the bottom of the Zoom screen, click on it, and pick either the Ukrainian or the English channel, depending on the language that you want to listen to. So if you do it once, just stay on that channel and you do not need to change anything. If you require interpretation, please click on the globe, pick the Ukrainian channel, and make sure that everything is functioning. If you encounter some technical issues, please write about that in the chat and we will help you.
Дуже добре. Розпочинаємо сьогоднішню нашу.
All right. So now we can get down to the substance of our agenda. We will have multiple presentations today. This is our third workshop. So we will shift from the general to the more specific, and we will be talking about specific requirements on the part of the EU clients, and we also discuss some case studies, some practical situations. So there is voluminous information and multiple topics that we want to discuss. Let's get this ball rolling then. A couple of words about our agenda for today. You can see it on the screen. We will be working from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. and we will have a lunch break in between. And we will have some shorter coffee break for you to have enough time to rest and stretch, or maybe reply to some emails, but it all depends on your level of activity. I really hope that you will not just listen and ask questions, but we want to encourage you to share your experience. As you can see, we have a very interesting group of participants, so we will have a round of introductions. But before we do that, I want to set the tone for our meeting today, and I want to give the floor to Mr. Pavlo Ladetsky. He represents the UNIDO program and the project entitled Implementation of the Export Potential of the Wood Processing Industry of Ukraine by strengthening the quality control infrastructure. Without this project, this workshop would not be possible. Pavlo, are you here? Yes, I'm here. Everything is fine. Thank you, Radmila. Thank you for having articulated the full title of our projects. It's a lengthy one. I am a national technical advisor within the UNIDO project mentioned by Radmila. This project is being implemented within the Global Quality and Standards Program supported by Switzerland. Our project is comprised of 3 components. Component 1 is about direct support for quality control facilities, quality assurance, accreditation, metrology, and support for labs. Component 2 targets information dissemination among businesses. We want to encourage business entities to leverage the potential of quality control infrastructure. And component 3 is practice-oriented. This workshop is taking place within the second component. So as you remember, the second component is aimed at disseminating information and raising the awareness of business entities. We are very delighted that we are supported by the Bern University of Applied Sciences. They are the co-organizers of this webinar. I'm very grateful to all the participants who joined our workshop and are willing to work together with our experts throughout the day. It's a very important technical topic indeed. Our Ukrainian companies need to be better versed in how these things work in the European Union, because our ultimate goal in Ukraine is to improve the quality situation. The Windows sector is highly competitive, so I'm very pleased that many associations are interested in this topic. I'm also happy that our project is a platform for this dialogue. And I'm very grateful to the organizers that they have spared enough time for questions and answers, for experience sharing. This practical facet is of paramount importance, because I believe that we will be able to come up with good ideas based on discussions. We also support 2 laboratories. We want Ukrainian labs to be certified and accredited, and we want them to work to the benefit of the Ukrainian manufacturers. So if you have any questions about this specific project, I will provide you with my contacts. You can contact me at your convenience to find out more about the project. Well, I think I've said enough. So let's get started. I don't want to take away time from our discussions. I really hope that we will have a fruitful and a productive one. Thank you, Pavlo. I would like to emphasize one important thing that Pavlo articulated. Our today's workshop is not a one-off event. It's part and parcel of a broader process that will last for a while. So we will have many more meetings and discussions, and we really hope that next year we will be able to present the preliminary findings and outcomes of this project in the form of a better quality infrastructure for windows and doors. Briefly about our today's speakers and experts, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce the representatives of the Bern University of Applied Sciences. They have the Windows, Doors, and Facades Excellence Center, but basically it's a testing laboratory that tests windows and doors, but they also test facades and furniture. And here you can see the representatives of this center, Urs Urlinger, Urs Bühlmann, and Michael Baumgartner. So these are the key people today. They will be sharing their experience with you, but at the same time, they will be ready to take in your experience. From Ukraine, we have Forza NGO. I represent Forza today. My name is Radmila Ustic. A couple of words about the Forza NGO. We've been on the market since 2004, or even more than that. So for about 15 years, we've been working closely with Ukrainian foresters and forestry enterprises. As an advisory organization, we help our foresters and forestry enterprises introduce sustainable forest management practices. I'm responsible for some other projects as well, in particular, wood and forestry digitization. And we also have a large network of partners in Ukraine and abroad. And we work together to train people in circular economy. And we organize trainings for clients, for companies in the woodworking sector. My colleague Irina Stroka is also present here. Irina, say a couple of words. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome all the participants here. It's nice to see many people who we recently contacted over the phone or via email. I want to wish all of us a pleasant and productive day. Briefly about myself, I've been working for Forza since 2006. We carried out the cluster analysis of the forestry sector in the Carpathian region. And within this cluster analysis, we networked with multiple stakeholders and professional associations. Apart from that, I also engaged Ukrainian companies into the Swiss import and export program. And we helped these manufacturers with marketing, sales, and engagement of our woodworking companies into specialized professional associations. It's great that I have this opportunity to continue cooperating with the woodworking sector within this project, and I really hope that we will have fruitful cooperation. I want to mention two more people, Kirill, technical support, and the person who is going to do most talking today, our interpreter, Oля Tishkovets. She will make sure that you have comfortable conditions in terms of perceiving information. You will not even feel that we have two languages in place, hopefully. I really hope that I didn't skip anything, but the most important thing, we want to find out more about who we have here. So please write down your name, your organization in the chat, and the region or the municipality that you represent. So just do that in the chat. Let's transition to the very substance of our webinar. So we're going to have the first out of the 4 presentations, and I want to give the floor to Mr. Urs Ullinger, the head of the Center from the Bern University of Applied Sciences.
Thank you very much, Radmila. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, everything is fine.
I'm very pleased to welcome all of you, especially, of course, the participants and the representatives of the association, the manufacturers, and probably also some of the testing labs, as well as, of course, UNIDO representative. First of all, I would like to thank also for the organization to Forza, which Forza does a very tremendous job. It wouldn't be possible to carry out a project like this without the support of your local persons. I must apologize, Urs Bühlmann. Urs Bühlmann is probably still in bed because he's based in the US and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so he will not take part of these sessions today. So it will be me and Michael Baumgartner. Maybe just a quick word to our institution. First to myself, I'm the head of Competence Center, Research and Development for Windows Doors and Facades. I'm also deputy head of the Accredited Test Center of the Bern University of Applied Science. And I'm also teaching a little bit. Before this engagement, I was in the window industry as a production manager for several years. So I would like to go straight on to our program today. As you heard already, we have carried out 2 workshops already on issues of windows and doors in the common European market. So we start first with a follow-up and continuation of the previous workshops, and we have 4 parts of it. So I start with the first one, which is the requirements, required standards and certificates. And we go for this, I would like to do that with examples. I think this is the best to understand. So you're already on the, sorry, I have so first of all, you see the content of the presentation. We go first a quick review on the workshops 1 and 2. Then we have a look at the national requirements on the, as an example of Switzerland, but it can be probably transferred also in the most ways. It can be transferred to the Ukraine or to other countries of the European Union. Then one of the major parts is the test sampling according to the product standards, because this is quite a big issue for all the companies, how to find the right test samples for the declaration of the for the declaration of can I say it? Sorry. The performance. Sorry. Yes, thank you very much. And then we go a bit deeper into the test procedures for air permeability, water tightness, and resistance to wind load. Next slide, please. So let's go first to the review of the workshops. We had a look at the European Construction Products Regulation, the CPR, and how the assessment and verification of constancies of performance is carried out. Next slide, please. Just to remind you once more, the European Economic Area is not equal, is not exactly the same as the European Union. We have some countries which are associated, but not really part of the European Union, but they belong to the European Economic Area. You see this with this colorful picture. I don't want to go deeper into this at the moment. So this construction products regulation, which is a part for this common area, means that manufacturers, importers, and distributors have the obligation and responsibility, have obligations and responsibilities to place when placing construction products on the market. And it's clear designers, specifiers, builders must be aware of all this and how that works. And one big issue is, of course, the CE marking of construction products. This is then the case when the construction product is covered by a harmonized European standard. Then CE marking is mandatory. Next slide, please. So this is what I mentioned. CE marking is mandatory when the product is placed on the market, when there is a harmonized European standard. And we have for windows and doors, as you all know, we have a product standard. That means it is applicable for windows and exterior doors. Not for interior doors. For the interior doors, there is at the moment no harmonized European standard available. It is in preparation, but still not available. So how does it work with this assessment and verification of constancy of performance? We have this product standard, as you know, and you also see it on the slide. There is also the translation in Ukrainian. So the original is in English, and then it is translated to all the languages of the countries which are part of this common market. Next slide, please. And now I don't want to go too much for the rest of this part of the CE marking, but one big issue is the initial type test. An initial type test is a complete set of tests determining the performance of samples of products, and they have to be representative of the product type. And there are two issues which are very important. It is mandatory that these tests, these initial type tests, have to be carried out at an accredited laboratory, which is accredited according to ISO 17025. And the second thing is the laboratory has to be also notified body. And this is registered in a database of the European Union. You find there on the slide, you find the link to this NANDO, called NANDO database. And this is only in English, just as a remark. Next slide, please. So this EN 14351 is quite a big document, but, and this is maybe a bit the problem, you will not find any test methods or calculation procedures in this standard. The only thing what you find there is according to which standard you have to carry out the tests and do the classification. So I have put an example here for the water tightness. This is the only, more or less the only thing what is really in this standard. The only thing is a water tightness test shall be carried out in accordance with EN 1027, and the results shall be expressed in accordance with EN 12208. This is the only thing. That means, next slide, please. That means you need actually for each test and classification, you need another standard. So if we talk about air permeability, water tightness, and resistance to wind load, you need another 6 standards. Without those ones, it's not possible to test. So you have 3 classification standards and 3 test standards. We are going later in this presentation, we are going into these standards a bit deeper. So before we go into the test procedures and classification, we have to have a look on the national requirements. So it is very good to see how that works. I just show you how it works in Switzerland, but it's probably very similar in Ukraine. It's definitely similar in Germany, Austria, France. They all have their national legislation, which is based on the European Construction Products Regulation. In our case, in Switzerland, it's called this Act 933.0, and basically, it's more or less the same what is written in the European, in the CPR, in the European Construction Products Regulation. It is just once more placed in a law. It's in a national law, because the European Construction Products Regulation is not the national law. It's not the national legislation. It has to be transferred in a national legislation. So, but I guess this is the same in other countries, or it's definitely the same. So next slide, please. So here you see an overview how that works. So you have this Construction Products Act, this which is the legislation in Switzerland, and this one again refers to a national standard. This national standard is this SIA 331. And as you can see, this applies to the planning, manufacturing, installation, and retrofitting of windows and skylines. So this is actually the national standard for windows. We're fairly lucky in Switzerland. We have only this one. I saw last week in Austria, they have about 5 national standards which regulate windows. And of course, this national standard refers to the product standard, to the European product standard, and to all these classification and test standards. As a sample here for wind load, water resistance, and air permeability. Next slide, please. So I go quickly into this national standard, which is windows and French doors. That means it's only for windows and French doors and not for doors. This is a bit tricky, because the European standards are also covering the doors, but for the doors we have another standard. So what is the scope of this standard? I assume that it is the same in Ukraine. It is going for the planning, manufacturing, installation, retrofitting, as I mentioned before, for vertical window elements and for skylights. So you see on the right, this picture is typically windows, a bit the modern building. Next slide, please. So, and what is in this scope? We have a chapter And there we have the requirements for the building components, usability. Then there is a separate chapter for the wind load, water tightness, and air permeability, thermal insulation, sound insulation, and so on, down to fire protection, accessibility. So everything what is an issue for Windows, for installing Windows and using Windows, manufacturing Windows is in this standard. Next slide, please. So now let's have a look what what is in this national standard for the wind load, water tightness, and air permeability. We have to distinguish between the daily and exceptional wind effects. I mean, if you see this picture on the right, if you have a damage on a facade like this, probably if you have a water penetration through the window, this is very exceptional case if you have a thunderstorm like this. So the standard doesn't cover damages like this, because this is the standard covers the common cases, the normal weather conditions with storms, but not if it is catastrophic, exceptional thunderstorm. So this wind load, which is one of the main issues for setting up this water tightness, wind load, and air permeability requirements, is based on wind load zones. And here on this slide, you see 4 countries. On the left is Switzerland, then you have Germany, Great Britain, and Italy. So they all have different wind zones. If we talk about the UK, for instance, you have there up in the north, you have probably very stormy weather. This is completely different to what they probably have in near London, around London. And the same is in Germany. You have the seaside, which have much higher wind loads than somewhere in the south. And next slide, please. Oops, my one is not. If you have a bit closer look to Switzerland, of course you're not familiar with our topography, but we have in the north, the northern part is quite flat towards Germany, and we have in the south, from the west to the east, we have the Alps, which are higher mountains, and of course the weather conditions are quite different. And now I asked Reggie to switch on this link of YouTube just to see what can happen with the thunderstorm. It's quite impressive. Can you touch this, click on this link, please? Sorry?
Yes, can you see the movie?
I don't see it.
Ще не запустилося, Радмила.
Треба окремо перейти. Зараз 1 секунду.
Вже бачимо.
Okay, now we can see it.
Yes, it's a storm in 2018 in Switzerland, and we had quite a bit of damage. As you see, these trees are just falling, and of course, this wind load zone map also refers to this type of winds, although it is not, of course, if a window has to resist a storm like this, but not really, I mean, it shouldn't fall, it shouldn't break, but it is not necessary that it is still tight if a storm like this happens. Okay, I think we can switch off. You just see these trees are falling, and we can go back to the presentation, please. Okay, thank you. So we go to the next slide, please. So these wind load zones are in the standard, we call it different terrain categories. So we have 4 or 5 different categories. I don't want to go too deep into this. We have lakeside, great plains, open fields, and large urban areas. And you might see the table where you see the different expressions, like the building height, which goes from 5 meters to up to 25 meters, and you see the wind load class, water tightness class, and their permeability. And there you see what has to be if it's a building near lakeside, a building of 10 meters high, for instance, then you need the wind load class B3. So this is just a sample how it is regulated on a national basis. In Germany, they do it differently, in Austria different, and of course in Ukraine also different. But I guess you have, I'm quite interested, maybe you can later on in the discussion, you can explain a bit how that works in Ukraine. Next slide, please. So what does it now mean in terms of testing? Because we all produce windows, and now we want to know how it works really to get the test certificate. And I want to go into this test sampling according to the product standard, because this is the base how we find the right test samples. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So one thing which is in the European standard is how to choose the sample, and for this you need you have to find the representative window for a product family. And so now, what is a product family, or what is a part of it, and how to find this representative product to test, or the representative sample to test, we will see on the next few slides. So in the EN 14351 part 1, you have this table E1 somewhere in the standard, and I highlighted the water tightness. And let's have a look now on this specification, on this 4.5. We go a bit deeper into this. Next slide, please. So you have, first of all, it is written which standards are have to be used. This is fairly clear. We talked about it already. Then one thing is one test window for each. It is written that just one has to be tested. So you are not going to test 5 of the same type. but you have to test one. But now, is it necessary to test one for each opening type, or how does that work? We will go later on in this. Next strike, please. Yes. So, and I think one of the big issues is how to set up the size of the test sample. And here for the water tightness, it's written that you can, if from the test sample you test, let's say you test a window 1 by 1 meter, then it is available for everything which is smaller and which is 50% larger in the area, overall area, than the tested sample. That means, for instance, you test 1 by 1 meter, it is also valuable for a window which is 1 meter by 1.5 meter. So this is fairly clear, but that means if you want to go on the market, you have to know which size you want to sell. So next slide, please. For the wind load, it is the same. So you also find it in this table E1, and here it's the same. But this is maybe interesting. This can also be destructive. That means after the test, this window might not be in functional condition anymore. And we go to the next slide, please. No, sorry. Stay on the last slide. Thank you. I marked here the range of the direct application, this minus 100% of frame width and height. So this is contrary to the water tightness and air permeability. What you test is you have to test the largest test sample what you want to produce, and then the test result is available for all other windows which are smaller, but not higher. If you remember just before, for water resistance, water tightness, it's you can go 50% larger. Here with the wind load, it is not possible. Okay, next slide, please. So how this makes it fairly difficult to find the representative test sample. And if you see here 2 window manufacturers, on the left you have this old type wooden window. Of course, the test sampling is different than to the right one. Both are windows. So that means you have to adapt your test samples according to your range of windows what you want to sell. I hope this is somehow understandable. So next slide, please. We have another issue, of course. Here you see 4 different types of windows, all from the same manufacturer, from the but they are different products. So you need a test for each product because they are quite different. They have different sealing, they have different water guidance. They have different materials in it. So it makes it quite difficult. And if you have a large range of different products, that means you have a large range of different tests. Next slide, please. Now, another issue is, of course, on the opening type. and here I have a range of different openings. And here it's also difficult to find the right one because you can't test everything. It would not be possible also from the finance side. So you have to choose also a representative test sample. And next slide, please. I'd like to show how that works. First, you also have a problem with this type triangle types or round type windows. And here it comes a very important issue, which is in the also in the standard. Are we talking about the serial product? Because the standard applies for serial products. And if a triangle window, you might say this is not the serial product, so you don't have to test this separately. So these ones, it's not necessary to test that. You can declare it on your declaration of performance. So next slide, please. And here, how that works actually, to make it a bit easier, if you have a range like this, which is maybe a standard, more or less a standard program of a window production, this means probably with these three marked window types, you can go for tests, and then all the rest is covered with it. You need probably the central one, the big one, the balcony door or French door, because of the wind load. And the smaller one on the left, you need to get a higher class, a higher resistance class or a higher water tightness class. And on the right, you have the fixed glazing included. So with these three windows, you cover more or less standard production. But then, of course, we have, for instance, the sliding doors. They have to be tested separately. But if you see the next slide, please. Sorry. Yes, thank you. The sliding windows, they have different opening times, as you, of course, all know. And here you have to find a representative one to cover all of these opening possibilities. Next slide, please. So this was actually how to find the right test sample. Then I would like to go into the test procedures. Let's start with the air permeability. Next slide, please. So the scope is determining the air permeability of a fully assembled window. And everything has to be included, has to be there. It must be a serial product. And it will be tested under positive and negative test pressure. As I mentioned, it must be fully functional. On the right, you see a picture. Probably you have seen that already on a test stand, how that works. It's a French door, not a very large one. It's a medium-sized one. So next slide, please. How does it work with the test procedure? You see on the left, if you start from the left, this is the schematic representation of the test procedure. You start with 3 positive pressure surges to get the window more or less unblocked, and then it is measured, the air permeability or the air loss, whatever you call it, is measured with different pressure levels, first in positive way and then in the negative direction. And so it is measured up to 600 Pascal in maximum. Next slide, please. And here I'm not sure, of course, you have a similar procedure. You've had a similar procedure in Ukraine. I'm not sure how you afterwards you classify, but according to this European standard, once you get a value of the for the total area of the window, and which is slightly red, and one value you get by the length of its joints. So that means you have a value cubic meter per hour and square meter, and once you have a value cubic meter per hour and length of the joint, which is here on the picture. You see the yellow. Next slide, please. This classification works then in this table, which is quite a bit difficult to explain. But here you see the classes and the values. And for instance, the red values are now I have to have a look. What the red values are the positive pressure, and the blue the negative pressure, and then you get the medium value out of this, and this will be classified. This is a bit difficult to explain. It's also not that important, but just that you have an idea how that works. So next slide, please. We go for the water tightness. So water tightness is you spray from the outside. You also know this procedure from early days according to the Ukrainian standards, water spraying with different pressures from outside. Now here I don't want to go too much into the details with these nozzle tips. Let's go to the next slide, please. Here again, you see the picture. There are two possibilities how the spray is applied, how the nozzles are applied and set. You have this procedure A and B, but basically the B is only used in France. So we can actually go for the A, for the procedure A, which is here on the picture. I don't want to go too much in details. You can see that if you want to see that later on, you can have a look on it. So the spraying starts at 0 pressure, positive pressure, and then for 15 minutes, and then it goes up every 5 minutes for 50 Pascal, up to 300 Pascal, and then it goes in steps of 150 Pascal up to 600 Pascal, which is gives a class 9A because of the procedure, and then you can go further always with 150 Pascal. But usually in 9A is the normal class which is necessary to have to cover more or less all wind load zones. Oh yes, please, next slide, please.
Одну секунду, у мене перескочив.
Sorry,
right?
I forgot to say.
Just a minute, I got a little bit lost.
Ми зараз на правильному слайді.
Is it the right slide?
Next one, please. Sorry, very technical. Sorry, Ranmila. So here you see the steps. Sorry, you see the steps starting with 0 Pascal for 15 minutes, and then it goes up every 5 minutes by 50 Pascal, and spraying water usually up to 600 Pascal, which is the class 9A, but you probably have already seen on declaration of performances. Okay, on the right, you see usually the big issue for the tightness is the central part. If you have a window like this without the beam in the middle, there you see on the bottom how the water drops out, and it is a failure if the water is inside of the seal. But this is a matter of window construction, what is now failure and what is still okay. Okay, here you see, next slide, please. Here you see once more these classes. As I mentioned, test method B is, as far as I know, only used in France. Actually, all other countries use test method A. So next slide, please. Let's go to the resistance to wind load as a last one. Again, here, of course, it's the same. You always use the same window. That means it is done with the same window on the same test stand. As what I saw in Ukraine is that the wind load was tested in early days, was tested differently, but the European standard asks for a test on the same test installation as water penetration and air permeability. So we have here 3 steps. First, the first step is measuring the deflection under positive and negative pressure. You see on the right hand side a picture of how the wind works, and we have on the building we have positive and negative pressure, and this has to be tested as well according to the standard. So step 1 is the measuring the deflection. Then the step 2 is 50 cycles alternating positive and negative pressure. This is actually to get to know if there is a wear, if there is a problem, if the wind is several times changing the direction. And the step 3 is the safety test. Next slide, please. Here you see this in a graph. So first you have this pressure P1, which is measuring the deflection. Then there is the alternating pressure P2, 50 times, positive and negative. And at the end, you have the safety test, positive and negative, this safety pressure P3. So this whole procedure has to be done on the same test stand as the water tightness and air permeability. Oops. Next slide, please. And just to show you how that works. So P1 is actually the pressure where you measure the deflection. So this gives a class. So if, for instance, if you measure with 1200 Pascal, then you get test for class 3. You have to so the window manufacturer has to define this in advance. So the test center just uses the pressure what the manufacturer tells them. And then for the alternating pressure, it's the half of this 1,200, which is 600. You see that in the red column. And then the security test is 1/3 more. No, sorry, no, 1/3 more than the P1. So this is for the security test. And for the security up to P2, P1 and P2, there is no damage allowed. P3, there might be damage, but the window must stay closed. So this is how the classification works. Next slide, please. And then under pressure P1, you measure the deflection, and this is also classified. And you see this, the relative frontal deflection. In Switzerland, we work only with class B and C, but as a sample, how that works with the classification of the deflection, we get to the next slide. But here you see you have wind load class 3. If you take the same samples as before, this 3, this is 1,200 Pascal, and if it is a deflection of 1 by 200, then it is B3. So this gives the class. It's not that complicated as I probably explained it, but I don't know if I think in Ukraine it was different before, so it might be a bit something which has to be adapted or to get used to it. Next slide. So here we have a sample of a window which is quite large on our test stand, and this is the safety test. And now I don't know exactly if it works with the picture. Yes, it works. Very good. And you see how that moves, or you should see how it moves. Is it running?
Так, рухається.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you see how the glass, how it moves. So it goes, so that was the positive, and I think now it should come the negative pressure. Yeah, now you see it goes in the other direction. There's not much to see, but people usually stay a bit aside because the glass or anything can break during this test. But you see the size of this window is quite large, and this is probably an issue in Ukraine which has to be considered, that the test stands are not large enough at the moment. Okay, next slide, we go forward. So I want quickly to sum up. I think this is clear. Everything in the classification and the measuring during the tests is done according to the same standards all over Europe. This is clear by the time, but we have national regulations and laws for the requirement. So that means water tightness class 9A might not be needed in all the countries, not be needed in all the areas. It really depends on the wind load in the different countries. But this is nationally regulated. Next slide. this is this one, sorry. That was what I mentioned before. So we go to the next slide, the last one. One big issue is that the sampling depends on the individual production program of the manufacturer. It must be in line with the Annex E of the EN standard 14351. And this is mainly for the test institutes. Wind load tests according to EN 12-11 require real powerful and rigid tests, and because you work with high air pressures up to 3000 Pascal positive and negative pressure, or even more. And the larger the size of the window, if you have a sliding window, for instance, it really needs a very powerful test stand. And the other thing is also for test institutes, I say the enterprises are, this is our experience, are mostly not capable to find the right test samples. So this is something for test institutes, that they help the manufacturers to find the right size, the right construction, to find representative test samples. So for this, I'm at the end. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm of course open to questions, discussions. I prefer the discussion, and also I'm quite wondering how that works in Ukraine at the moment with this testing.
Гарно дякую, Урс, за технічну презентацію.
Thank you very much, Urs, for this presentation on required standards and certificates and how it works in different countries. Our next topic is a slightly different perspective, client requirements. But before we do that, you have a chance to ask follow-up questions or share your experience. I can see that Mikhailo raised his hand. Mikhailo, go ahead. The floor is yours. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Urs, for this interesting and insightful presentation. Can we have Urs's presentation back on the screen, slide 23? I really hope that we can have it back on the screen. Slide 23. Slide 23. Yes, this one. Thank you. I have the following question. If I got Urs right, in Switzerland, there's a national standard, SIA 331, and this standard establishes some threshold conditions for windows and doors, depending on the wind load zone and depending on the terrain. My question is as follows. I just want to make sure that I got it right. Well, if I look at this slide, I can see that if a building is above 25 meters, then we cannot have a window there with the water tightness class 6A. So we need to have 7A. Does it apply in all European countries? I mean, do all European countries have such minimum requirements for construction products depending on the wind load zone and the terrain? Thank you.
That's a good question, and I'm not sure if I can really answer for all the countries, but the countries I know, they use a system like this. So in Germany, Austria, France, Italy, for these countries, I know they have a similar system, of course, maybe different classes, but they all say that if you have a higher building which is near the seaside, they need a higher resistance class or higher water tightness class than a window which is in a small house somewhere in a city. So they all have some distinction between these classes. But it's a good question, because even the architects in our country, even the architects are not really always aware of this. And then they just write in the contract 9A. So they just write the highest class from themselves. And then, of course, then it is not the standard which is available, then it is the contract, because it is in the contract, they ask for a higher class, and they have to fulfill this requirement. Is that somehow explained?
Да, дуже дякую.
Yes, you did. Thank you. I have another question. This is something that I was a little bit surprised about: serial production and non-serial production. I don't remember the number of the slide, but you showed different shapes of windows, triangular, round windows, and you said that they're not really serial products. And therefore, you don't really need to conduct the initial type tests for these products. How do we determine which products are serial and which are not? Because in the western part of Ukraine, archetype products are very popular. So are these archetype products serial products or not serial products, and do we need to test them? Thank you.
And this is also a very difficult question. I say it also depends probably on the country and how it works within the country. If I remember myself, our company, we had some round-shaped windows. We had, but very, very few. And it is impossible to get a test for this, just for this, because it's much too expensive. And it was really not a serial product. Was just once every week or once every 2 weeks a window like this. So for this, that was not the serial product. But what you mentioned as the case in the Western Ukraine, it's a common type, which is very common and almost like a standard, then probably goes into a serial product. It's the definition of the serial product is not really clear, I must say, and it is difficult to find the right definition, but it really depends on if you do a big serial or if it is something like tailor-made, yeah, as I say, not serial. But probably what you mentioned should be tested once as initial type test. But then again, it is probably not that easy. So which size, which bow, which radius, so it has to be defined very well, which is now the representative type, probably. It also depends on the fittings, because the fittings, they are going around, if it is tilt and turn or if it's only turned. This is not that easy to find out. Is that somehow okay?
Ну, частично, потому что
Yeah, that was a partial answer. I am not really clear about how well this issue is regulated. So how do you determine which product is serial and which one is not? Like, for example, in Austria, in private houses, I often see triangular window structures. So I can see that such windows are quite common in Austria. So it's still not clear to me which products can be deemed serial in which do not fall under that category. What if a manufacturer says, well, I think that a triangular window is not a serial product, and so therefore I will not test it? Thank you.
Yes, maybe I can mention something to this. I think in Austria, they are not really running under serial product because the larger manufacturers, they might test once this triangle windows just to be sure that it is tight, but rather for their own safety and not for the declaration of performance. And probably it is always a bit walking on a line, and it's not really clear because I remember that we produced windows. What you want to do if your window is 10 centimeters higher than what you tested, what you have in this declaration of performance, you will probably nevertheless sell it because you don't have any time to test this again. So we're always a bit on the gray, in the gray, and not really, it's not really clear if you have a test or not. Or you change maybe the width of the wood. So it is also a bit different to what you tested, but it is still covered. You are not 100% sure. So it is really difficult, this thing. But if there is no prosecutor, you don't have a problem.
Дякую, дуже гарно. Юрій, я бачу у вас є...
Thank you very much. I can see that Yuri has a comment or a question.
Включіть мікрофон, будь ласка. Ми вас не чуємо.
Добрый день.
Good morning. I am the head of the Mirror Class Lab, Yuri Nachevsky. I have a related question. How do you select a glazing or fittings for a representative sample? Why is it important? What if the manufacturer changes the producer of glazing or the producer of a fitting? What do you do in such a case in Switzerland? So what are the criteria used to select a fitting or glazing for your representative sample?
This is also a very good question, and this is also very difficult. So the standards are difficult. So let's go first for the fittings. Fittings is actually clear if you do a initial type test with one fitting type manufacturer, let's say Mako or Roto, then it is not covered if you change. If you change the fitting, the initial type test it's not covered anymore. It doesn't cover. So the fitting, changing the fitting is probably easy. If you change fittings, you have to test again. For the glazing, this is a bit more difficult because we have a very high variability with the glazing. And here, as a test center, we do it like this. I haven't mentioned it in the presentation, but here it is. We do it like this, that we test the weakest glazing, which means, or the glazing which weakens the window structure the most. So if, let's say you have a wooden window, and here it is very common or normal, the triple glazing. So we take the thickest triple glazing, what the producer want to use. And that means the window is the weakest. The window, you know, it weakens the wood the most because you have a very large rebate. So the glass itself is not very strong in terms of deflection. So you take actually the weakest glazing or the thickest glazing with the thinnest glass, what you want to use. And then you have the weakest timber construction or PVC. PVC is a bit different because there you can change the steel inside, the reinforcement. But in the wood, you get actually a very weak timber profile. And then if you test with this one, you know that it is the weakest. All the others are stronger, they will fulfill. And then you can declare it. Do you understand this, what I meant?
Большое спасибо, Урс, очень хорошо объяснили.
Well,
Если
thank you very much, Urs. Everything is clear. I have another question, if I may.
бывает такое, когда вы берете репрезентативное образование,
Well, for example, you take a representative sample and you apply the positive pressure. If there are some issues with the fittings, then the opening element will lose its tightness, and then equipment will not be able to apply sufficient pressure to establish the next class. For example, you have 1200 Pascal, the equipment applied this pressure, then you want to have 1600, but the equipment cannot really achieve that pressure only because there's high air losses like 300 or 500 cubic meters. What do you do as part of classification then?
This is a common problem we have too with our test stand. Or we had it at the moment is a bit better because we have new equipment, but this is a real problem. We cannot do anything, we can't test. What you can do is, because during the wind load test, you are not measuring the air loss. So you can try, for instance, with a tape to tighten a bit, that you lose less air without, it is a difficult issue, without interfering the test result. So you mustn't strengthen the construction with this tape, but maybe you can, it is possible to tighten. What is also possible, if you have shutters, for instance, if you test shutters for wind load, there you can use a foil of plastic foil, because they are not tight at all. And like this, you can apply the wind load. So there are possibilities, but this you have to find a solution, probably for each case a bit different. But sometimes you can't test. It happens to us that we can't test because it's not tight enough, and we lose too much air, and the ventilator is not strong enough.
Дякую, гарно, Юрій. Якщо це відповідає на ваше запитання.
Thank you, Yuri. I really hope that you received an answer, at least a partial answer to your question. Alexei is next. He also has a question. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Alexei Bubnov. I represent the German Institute FT Rosenheim. This is the Institute of Window Technologies. And I am also CEO of the Ukrainian Association of Window and Facade Manufacturers. I have a short presentation. And it's related to declaration. typical mistakes while applying CE marking. Can everyone see my presentation on the screen? Can you hear me well? Yes, everything is fine. We can hear you. We can see your presentation. Great. Once you approached a notified laboratory and conducted certain tests, you received information on some essential characteristics, and Urs Ullinger did a great job describing all this. So thank you very much, Urs, for your instructive presentation and for the detailed explanation of the testing procedures. So once you obtain essential characteristics, you need to draft a CE declaration, because if something happens and you find yourself in front of a prosecutor, as Urs said, well, it's a joke, of course, but anyway, if you are inspected, then the declaration will be the first thing that they will want to verify. And they will also want to verify any proof that confirms the essential characteristics that you stated in the declaration. We already have some experience of exports and verifications of this kind. So this is something that I would like to share with you. Here you can see an example. It's a real CE declaration in German, by the way. I covered the title of the manufacturer because there are certain confidentiality rules that we have to adhere to. First and foremost, you have to produce two documents. Well, in fact, it's one document. This is the declaration. You can see it on the right. And on the left, you can see CE marking. I want to talk about certain mistakes that were made while preparing this declaration. There are some mistakes in the declaration itself. Just one example, item 7, essential characteristics, it's duplicated. I mean, if you are inspected, then they will check everything, commas, parentheses, brackets, and they will make sure that the declaration has been prepared in the right format. What should you pay attention to? And it's a common mistake. You need to indicate the manufacturer in your declaration. This is something that is a must in both the declaration and CE marking. So the name of the company and its address have to be the same, both in the declaration and in the CE marking. And it's not the manufacturer who sells windows on the EU market, but its representative. Then item 4 of the declaration has to include info on the natural person or the legal entity registered in the European Union. And this is basically an authorized representative of the manufacturer that has a power of attorney from the manufacturer. And this natural person or legal entity is responsible for the essential characteristics declared in the document. It's a crucial issue because very often in Ukraine, the manufacturer is one company and the exporter is a different legal entity. So it's a very common mistake. You can see the same thing. So item 4 must include details of the authorized representative of the manufacturer. Another common mistake, it pertains to the essential characteristics, the ones that you have heard about from URSS. And the mistake is as follows. While testing, or as a result of testing, we received information on the essential characteristics of a product. And here we can see the class, like for example, C4/B4. This is a characteristic related to resistance to wind load. So this essential characteristic was tested, but then it applies to different deflection values. You can see them at the bottom. In the declaration, you need to indicate only one class, either C4 or B4. So you cannot really have two classes here. And the same is true about water tightness. And this is something that we heard from URSS as well. So it's either A or B. By the way, in Ukraine, we usually use A, not B. It's a rare case that B is applied, but as Urs mentioned, it's more common in France. And once again, you indicate just one characteristic or one class, not two. And there's one more characteristic that hasn't been mentioned today yet. I mean, window requirements in terms of mechanical load or mechanical resistance. It's yet another essential characteristic. There's no classification there. So you either have a positive test or not a positive test, but this is something that has to be indicated in the declaration as well. Mechanical resistance or durability of the window in terms of the opening mechanism, in terms of safety. For example, if there's load on the window when it's closed or when it's open, the structure has to be durable and has to be resistant. That's what I mean by mechanical resistance or mechanical durability. Another important thing, the essential characteristics that you indicate in the declaration have to be the same as the ones that you include in the CE marking. Here you can see what the label looks like, but during an inspection, you will be asked to present the CE declaration. And once again, let me reiterate that this declaration has to be prepared according to the right format, and it has to be available in the language understandable to the inspectors. My point is that if it's, the regulation 305 does not really clearly stipulate the language that you have to prepare the declaration in, but it's just indicated there that it has to be the language understandable to inspectors. What else should you pay attention to? I'm talking about windows. this declaration has to include the window and the glazing. So there's a question whether you need to have a declaration for the glazing. Yes. If you are the manufacturer of glazing units, then you need to have a declaration, or you can receive a declaration from another manufacturer that produced these glazing units for you. And during the inspection, all these documents will be checked, everything pertaining to the window and the glazing unit. So basically, the scope of the inspection includes all the essential characteristics that were declared. You have to provide all the relevant proof. For example, you maybe have a product passport, or you have some other documents from the manufacturer, or maybe you have test protocols. But once again, each essential characteristic has to be confirmed by a document, and you need to submit these documents to the inspectors. As for the inspection procedures, they can vary. Usually, you are given quite a lot of time to provide all the corroborating documents, but that was more the case in the past. Now you have less time to submit all the relevant documents. So my point is that these inspectors operate according to tight deadlines. And if you do not submit all the relevant documents within that deadline, then you might encounter some problems, and they might even impose some fines on you. That's it on my part. I did my best to be very brief. Should you have any questions, I will be happy to take them. You can also send your questions to my email address, or we can also converse via one of the messengers. I can see that someone has a question. Thank you, Alexei. Before we listen to the questions, I just want to remind you of our agenda, because we want to have a lunch break at 12:30, but we also have a very interesting presentation on the client requirements. And we also need to give a 10-minute break for our interpreters. So I suggest that we have a very short Q&A session, then a very brief break, and then we will continue. Yuri, go ahead. You have a question? Good morning, Alexei. I have two brief questions. Let's say we tested a representative sample, and we have a good class, 1200 Pascal. I mean, this is something that is a rare case for serial products. So for example, if we have a high quality window, we have the highest possible class, and we have to indicate it in the CE marking. But as far as I understand, you do not really need to declare this extra class in the CE market, because it all depends on the designer need. What do I mean? Like in Poland, they usually declare the lowest class, and they do that not to be subjected to an investigation or inquiry. This is my first question. As for my second question, it skipped my mind for now, so let's start with the first question. Well, basically, you answered your own question. The classes that were obtained as part of initial tests are usually what we call extra classes, or the highest possible classes. And in the conditions of real manufacturing, most likely you will not be able to achieve that extra class. But this is something that you have to pursue anyway, because this is our ultimate goal. So it's very important to conduct initial tests in the right manner. It's important to have factory production control to attribute your products to the right class. You are right that sometimes manufacturers declare lower classes than the classes obtained as part of initial tests. But once again, it's very important not to mislead the consumers. You want to declare realistic characteristics. Thank you. I have another question. We have in new regulation 220. And this regulation obliges indicating an authorized representative on the packaging. The matter is that the CE marking includes only the manufacturer, and you indicate the authorized representative in the declaration itself. So, but according to this regulation 220, the authorized representative has to be indicated as well. Where exactly do we do that? Well, I can talk only about the declaration. The declaration definitely has to include the authorized representative, because in this specific case, the authorized representative is responsible for the declared essential characteristics. The authorized representative is also indicated if they are the ones applying the CE marking to the product. As for mentioning the authorized representative on the label or packaging, I think it's more a matter of customs procedure. So I'm not really sure how exactly that works. I can answer only about CE marking and declarations. But once again, if you are the manufacturer, but you are not the distributor, it's important for you to prepare the declaration in the right way. Thank you, Alexei. There was another question, I think, from someone. Someone raised their hand. Mikhailo? Well, Yuri's second question was exactly my question, so that's why I don't have a question anymore. Well, if we still have 2 minutes, I would like to talk a little bit about standard and non-standard products. I want to comment on what was discussed earlier. Directive 305 describes what is a standard product and what is a non-standard product. So as for the implementation of Directive 305, products manufactured based on the same technology with the use of the same components and materials can be deemed serial products. So if it's a triangular window or a round window, but it's manufactured with the use of the same components and materials, can be viewed as serial products from the perspective of Directive 305. The only open question is whether we can use the results of initial type tests while preparing a CE declaration. So this is the context that we need to view these products in. But from the perspective of the Ukrainian legislation, such products are viewed as serial products because they are manufactured based on the same technology and with the use of the same materials and components. Well, I'm really happy about this animated discussion that we are having, and we have already been exposed to multiple life hacks. I suggest that we have a 10-minute break for coffee, answering emails, and then in 10 minutes, we will hear one of the most interesting presentations today: client requirements in Switzerland, tender competitions, how to talk to suppliers and things like that. Is it accepted? So a 10-minute break, and then we will continue. So please be back here in 10 minutes. Same place.
Michael, are you taking floor now?
Yes.
Very good. We have half an hour until the lunch break. Can I propose to you that we take this half an hour to make the presentation, and then we have to stop for lunch, and then we continue after lunch, or we can take another maybe 5 minutes on top of it in addition, but not more, because people have their own arrangements. I'm
Okay.
sorry that it is like this.
Yeah.
And if we stop on the culmination moment, then this would be a teaser.
Yeah, that's
Thank you
okay
very
for me.
much.
Just remind me when it's the lunch break.
Thank you.
So is everybody ready that I can start with the presentation?
Так, дивимось на годинник. Так, я думаю, що ми починаємо.
I
Так,
think
Майк.
you can get started. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So welcome to the presentation of client requirements and settlement process. Also the market requirements for wooden windows. My name is Michael Baumgartner. I'm wood technician and I work in the competence area of Urs Urlinger. So let's have a look on the overview of the presentation. We will have a look at the definition of the order processing flow. I will describe how it works in Switzerland, the order processing flow for private clients with 2 options, and then 2 different options with a general contractor and a sole contractor. We will also, thank you. We will also have a look in an interview which I had with a general contractor in Switzerland. What are the most common problems? So we can go on the next slide, please. The definition says the order process flow includes all organizational processes that take place in the company with order. So as you know, for order process flow, first there has to be a customer inquiry. And based on that inquiry, the manufacturer will prepare an offer to the customer. And if the customer is happy with that, the window manufacturer will start to produce and install the windows. Also, it's very important, often used in the subsequent support, for example, to adjust the windows by the window manufacturer, and also like follow-up orders. So we go over to the next slide. The definition says also the clients have different requirements to the window manufacturer regarding to the order. So the clients expect reliability when it comes to meeting deadlines. And when I speak about deadlines, also in the event of deadlines, penalties are immediate and they're sometimes really expensive. Also, during the production process, important quality characteristics has to be checked by the window manufacturer. And there may be also be returns, or the customer makes use of additional offers by the company. So it's important that the window manufacturer is customer orientated. Why that? Because all of that efficiency and organized order processing system will reduce costs for the window manufacturer. So let's head over to the next slide. So if you have a look on those two pictures, you can imagine that the order process flow of those two buildings might be very different because of the size of the building, because of the difficulties and the regulations. For that, we have in Switzerland different models of contracts between client and window manufacturer. Now, I hope it won't look too complicated for you. The slide on the left-hand side, it's a short description, and on the right-hand side, we have a picture about the order process flow. So this order process flow is mostly for private customers in Switzerland. So if you have a look on the right-hand side picture, so the client or the architect has different window manufacturer which he will contact to give them an offer, and the client will check those offers and go with one window manufacturer. For example, here in this picture, 4 window manufacturer sets. In return, the client or the architect will get an order confirmation. That's a contract where it's defined what he will receive. The window manufacturer will start to produce the window with creating an order, manufacture and assembly the window. It's also widespread in Switzerland that not the window manufacturer set, for example, will directly install the windows at the client. So it can happen that the windows will be installed by an external company. So let's head over to the next slide, number 7. Here we have also order process flow for private customers, but in a different option. So the difference between this one and the previous option is that there is a dealer in between the window manufacturer and the client or architect. So that means that the client is in indirect contact with the window manufacturer by means of contacting windows dealers. So the client requests offers for the windows from various dealers. And in that case, the dealers communicate with their suppliers of windows, like with the window manufacturer. The builder has a contract, a direct contract with the dealer, but not with the window manufacturer. And also, if the client or architect found one dealer which fits to him, he will get an order confirmation. The window manufacturer produces the windows based on the customer's orders. So aluminium, glass, seals, and fittings are purchased from regular suppliers. The window manufacturer provides consulting services to the client. And in this option, it's also widespread that the windows are installed by external company at the client or architect house. Yeah. So let's go over to the next slide. Here it gets a bit different. So we speak about a general contractor. So what is a general contractor? A general contractor provides all construction work for the construction of a structure. If you have a look on the picture on the right, you see the client on the top left. the client has a separate planning contract with the architect who carries out the planning of the building. And then the client has a direct contract with the general contractor. So the general contractor in turn has individual contract with his subcontractors. For example, for the flooring specialist, for the plasterer, or also for a window manufacturer or a dealer, which the dealer have a contract with the window manufacturer. So you need to know that in a general contractor, you have always just one contractor. So let's head over to the next slide, please. On this slide, it's shown the order process flow for a sole contractor in Switzerland. If you remember the previous slide, there had the client a contract with a general contractor and a separate contract with a planner. In that case, in the sole contractor, the client has only one contract with the sole contractor. The sole contractor has contract with his subcontractors for planning, manufacturing, suppliers, and also window manufacturer. So the difference to the general contractor is that here the sole contractor is also responsible for the planning of the project. But here the client is not in direct contact with the window manufacturer. In between is the sole contractor. And also the whole building project is managed and executed by a single source. So on those two pictures on the right-hand side, you see a plan and specification of the requirements, which in Switzerland is called DEVI. It's kind of a building contract. And based on that, the manufacturer will create his offer to the client. And it's maybe a bit small for you to see, but what I want to say, if you have a look at the client on the bottom, when it comes to an order of windows, the client has different requirements. For example, there are some statutory requirements and cantonal regulations. For example, you have to use laminated safety glasses for parapets. Or there are also some national and European standards which have to be considered. Or there can be also some own requirements of the client. For example, the resistance class for burglar resistance. Next slide, please. So what is the invitation to tender in Switzerland? We call it DEVI. You see an example of it on the right-hand side of the slide. So the client invites several entrepreneurs to submit an offer to the execution of a construction work on the basis of certain documents. It is widespread in the Swiss construction industry that the construction work is put out to tender before the details of the execution are really clear. But for that, the DEVI describes each product and service, specifying the quality of the material and the estimated qualities, for example, of a wooden window. So here's also an example for an invitation to tender from a general contractor. And the question is, what are the requirements for a window manufacturer in Switzerland? As I mentioned before, the client or architect has different requirements for a window, which are listed in the DEVI. You see it like on the right-hand side of the slide. For example, he has requirements for wind load, water tightness, air permeability, thermal insulation, sound isolation, and also for burglar resistance. For that, the client or the architect, or in that case, the general contractor, listed all his requirements about the requested classes for the window, like described below. You see on the first point, there's resistance to wind load, water tightness, air permeability, and he ordered a window with a class B3, water tightness 6A, and class 2. And the general contractor describes each point which is necessary for him. Also, as I mentioned, the thermal isolation, sound isolation, and the burglar resistance. And the question is now, what do we do with that? Let's go over to the next slide, please. And we saw it in the previous presentation from Urs Uehlinger. From which standards do these requirements come from? For example, the classes B3, 6A, and 2 come from the national standards 331 of Switzerland. In this standard, it is classified which standard must be fulfilled for a window of a building of 5 meters high. If you have a look on the table on the bottom right, there is a difference between, for example, between a window for a 5 meter high building, you need there a class 4A, but for example, a 20 meter high building, you need there a class 7A. So that's where those values come from. I had also an interview with a general contractor in Switzerland, and I asked him, what are the most common problems that arise when working with a window manufacturer? And he told me, like, often there is damage and stress cracks that arise or that are discovered in the built-in window. Also, since 2018, toughness glasses are mandatory in French doors, but there are always discussions and the client is not often willing to compensate for this additional expense. Therefore, discussions are often about which part will pay for it. And also, building owners often criticize that the window glasses that are scratched after installation, but before use. There are also often scratches in the glass through unprofessional cleaning. And a problem that we have, if you have a look on the two pictures on the bottom, first on the bottom right, the windows are finished at the factory, including all the final surface treatment, and then installed in the building. Due to other craftsmen, there are often some small and medium-sized damages, and it's often a question who will pay for the damage, and yeah, also the customer is not happy with that. A problem what also occurs sometimes is that large window sashes warp often and then brush against the frame. And also it creating damage. And the window sash and the frame must be repaired and be readjusted, often by the window manufacturer. And there is also, or often, the question, who will pay for that? Are those the other craftsmen? Is it the window manufacturer, or is it the client? So I asked the same question, some Ukrainian window manufacturer, and they told me there are also often some issues during transportation of the windows. For example, on the left-hand side, some stress cracks of the glass, or also some issues during installation. I received this picture where you see the damaged wing, but for me, I'm not sure if it really is a damage during installation or was it already a burglar attempt. There can be also some issues during assembly. If you have a look on the picture, you see the damaged glazing, and we call it the coating defect in the glass. So there was from the glass supplier a low coating. There are also some issues during use. It can be the client. If you have a look on the left-hand side picture, it can be that that there is a loss of the gas filling through the leaking spacer of the glass, and that's why it looks like that. And also a problem which occur are on the right-hand side picture, that the triple glazing has an excellent U value, a UG value, that provokes the condensation on the exterior glass surface, especially in the winter. So here I got some common issues between Switzerland and Ukrainian window manufacturer. So one point is for sure the maintenance. The customers often ignore how to adjust the windows. Also, there are issues in the installation, often like carelessness of assembly organization, and there's always the big discussion, who will pay for the damage or for the additional costs. And also some logistic problems, especially when you got the windows over a dealer. There can be missing deadlines, penalties and fines that occur, or also the windows come in small lots, which means it's also an additional cost. So I'm already in the end of the presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you have questions about it, I'm happy to answer them. And yes, thank you.
Дуже дякую, Майкл, за презентацію.
Thank you, Michael, for your presentation.
Цікаво побачити, що
I
багато є
personally
в
was very interested in hearing about some common problems in Ukraine and Switzerland, like, for example, problems during use or problems related to the carelessness of the workforce. I'm sure that you can illustrate hundreds and hundreds of similar examples. Mihailo has a question. Go ahead.
Якщо можна, 11 слайд.
Slide 11, can we have it on the screen, please?
Що саме по ньому в мене є.
I have a question on this specific slide.
Да.
So this is the right slide.
В ньому,
Just a minute. I will make it bigger.
побачив, там є вимога вказана
There's one
по
requirement there.
передачі
It's about heat transfer.
прозорих конструкцій. УВ
Heat
повинна бути
transfer of
одиниці.
transparent structures, UV should be below 1.
Це вказано в державних
And
вимогах
there's an arrow
і
pointing towards the national requirements and regulations.
в дальнейшей презентации вы указали, что
But
там
at
было
the
две
same
вымоги
time, in your
архитектора,
presentation,
потім
you mentioned
1.1.
that the requirement of the architect was 1.1. So my question is as follows. Is this value for heat transfer regulated at national level in Switzerland? And if yes, then why the architect required a lower value, 1.1? He's talking about this UW that you can see in the scheme.
So thank you for your question. On this picture, which is shown on the screen, it is a statutory requirement, or it is a statutory requirement that the U value has to be below 1. And in that case, where I showed from the general contractor, it was a old contract below the law. Is that was
Да,
that your
зрозуміло.
question?
А підскажіть, з якого
Yes,
року?
this one is clear. So when this statutory requirement was introduced, in which year? This requirement of below 1?
There I have to ask Urs Ullinger. I can hear you, yes.
Yes, I may answer this question. There are two different ways to about the energy consumption of a building. Either you do the you have to prove it according to the whole building. That means the energy consumption per square meter of the living surface, or and this is rather rarely the case, if for instance, if you refurbish a building, then you can do or then this is the value for the single window. So that means this 1.0, what we have at the moment, this is since 2015, I think, already quite a while. But this applies only for buildings which are refurbished. Usually, the calculation goes for the whole building. That means including the walls, the roofs, the thermal bridges, and the windows. So that means if you have a stronger, better insulated wall, for instance, you can use a weaker window. So it is still possible to install a window with 1.2 watt per square meter Kelvin when you have a very, very good wall or better thermal bridges. So this, so that means this value 1.0 is applied only if the value if it is a refurbished building. Not usually for new buildings, it's not available. It is calculated for the whole building, the energy consumption. Is that somehow understandable? Sorry.
Да, дали
Yes.
ответы. и я
Thank you very much. You provided a comprehensive answer, and I want to make one comment about Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have a very similar system within our state standard 31. So if it's a new building, then we have one set of requirements. If it's a refurbished building, then we have a different set of requirements. So once again, if it's a new building, then we calculate for the entire building, not for one specific element. But if we're talking about major refurbishment, like, for example, you replace only windows in the building, or for example, you improve thermal insulation, then these requirements apply just to that specific element. If it's a window, then it's a window. If it's thermal insulation of the wall, then it's thermal insulation of the wall. Andrei, do you have a short question? If it's a short one, then please articulate it now. But if it's a longer one, then maybe we will shift it until after lunch. It's a very short question to Mikhail. Thank you very much. On slide 13, it's mentioned that RC2, so this is the resistance to burglary. So you need to have triplex with a 4mm glazing. Is it just an example, or this is the statutory requirement? It was on slide 13.
Yes, that was just an example of the general contractor, what he ordered.
Я хочу сказати, що наступна презентація
I would like to point out that our next presentation will describe a very specific case in Switzerland. And if I got it right, something went wrong there, and they've been trying to settle it for 4 years. So we will review this case at 2 p.m. So if you have the time and possibility, please be back with us at 2 p.m. And then you will be able to ask some more questions if you have them. Bon appetit, enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
дві теми.
Welcome back. We still have 2 topics on our agenda. The first one is about the legal aspects. So basically, it's a topic of relations between the manufacturer, supplier, and dealer. And we will also have a very interesting presentation on the safety of windows. And the focus will be on children's safety and burglary protection. And we will also elucidate some of the market trends that you should be aware of. One more announcement. If you have just joined, if you did not participate in our morning session, just a reminder that we have simultaneous interpretation from English into Ukrainian and vice versa. If you require interpretation, please find the globe symbol at the bottom of the Zoom screen and pick either the English or the Ukrainian channel. If you do not see the Ukrainian channel, then it means that you need to update your Zoom version. So you just need to download the latest Zoom version from the website. The matter is that the Ukrainian language was added to the list of languages on Zoom quite recently. So you need to have the latest version if you want to be able to access the Ukrainian channel. So I'm done with the technical announcements. And now I want to give the floor to Urs Ullinger. Thank you, Urs. I will project your presentation on the screen.
Thank you very much, Radmila. Can you hear me?
Tak.
Yes, everything is fine.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start. So we have another subject this afternoon, these legal issues. I thought the best thing, it's rather a dry subject, so I thought the best thing is to use a case study, which we recently carried out. And of course, it is legal. The legal issues are usually also a national issue, but I think it is quite similar in all the countries if a case like this happens. So next slide, please. So maybe quickly through the content of the presentation, I will just present the case study, then have a look on the technical aspects, then of course on the legal aspects, and then again refer to the European Product Safety Directive, what's the role of it, and of course how the problem has been solved or is ongoing still, and make a quick summary. So next slide, please. So what is the situation? It is a residential area development with 96 apartments in Switzerland, medium level standard. So it's quite nice. You see on the right the picture. It's quite a few buildings. This is just a part of it. There were PVC aluminium windows installed with 2 sash. One sash is a small ventilation sash, so for daily operation, and one is a large sash which is just meant to be open for cleaning. Next slide, please. How was it set up? We had the contract parties is quite easy actually to understand. It's something which you saw this morning also. We have an owner. The owner is a large insurance company, a large Swiss pension insurance company, which is quite common that they invest in buildings. Then we have a sole contractor and a window manufacturer who was responsible for production, delivery, and even installation. So there we had only one company from the window side. Next slide, please. So what was the original problem? You see on the right these windows, or one of these windows, and 187 units of this large sash on the right, where you see the red arrow, are wider than the PVC system provider allows. So it was out of the system actually. But the window manufacturer produced and delivered these windows regardless the limits of the system. Now then, as the owner, that means this insurance company, noticed that something is not really good. He saw that these sashes are very wide, and he feared that the windows will not be safe, especially when they are opened. Will it fall off? And the other thing is, actually, they expect a service life of 25 years. This is normal, at least 25 years without major restoration or renovation. And there is a warranty of 5 years usually. This is normal in Switzerland. Next slide, please. So here, just a quick view on these windows. You see on the right-hand side this picture with the small sash for daily opening, and on the left we call them the so-called cleaning sash. On the right, you see when it is open, and of course, you see that there might be a problem. It was triple glazing, so fairly heavy. And when you opened this sash, it was really moving towards downwards, and people were not really sure if it is safe or not. Next slide, please. Just to see, we had then the a contract as experts. So we went there, had a look on these windows, and it was really like this, that they were too wide. And it was outside of the specification of the window system provider, as well as out of the range of the hardware. So none of them took any warranty. On the other hand, the weight of the sash, including the glass, was okay. It was not, it was around 100 kilograms. So it was not a big problem actually. So this was the first fear, that it is too heavy, but in total, the weight was not too heavy. But what we found out as well was that the hardware configuration was not according to the hardware manufacturer. A sash like this configured as tilt and turn is rather stupidity and really dangerous. And they saved one of the tilt scissors on top. So that means it was only one instead of two. So it was really a problem. And if there had been a manipulation, but it would well have been possible that this sash falls off. So here we had a big problem, but the solution was not really clear. So that was the first expert's opinion. What we found out, but interestingly, just after consideration of the pictures we made on the computer, we saw that there are cracks on the welding of the PVC. You see that on the left, marked. Oh, sorry. Thank you for changing the slide. You see that on the left, the cracks outside. Then you see also a crack on the frame. And also the already deformed upper band, which means the hardware on top was also something. So it was really visible that it is probably a problem. Next slide, please. So no, let's go back quickly to the one. Sorry, I forgot something. There were two aspects. I mean, the main aspect in the beginning was, is it a security risk for the user? I mean, this is of course a big question. It is rather these cracks in the welding of the PVC can also be just a optical problem, but not really, or a technical problem, but not really a security risk. This was not known at that moment. Next slide, please. Interesting was the solution of the sole contractor. He advised the caretaker of the buildings just to close the where you put the handle, that it is not possible to manipulate the window. So that means with this, they closed the sash, locked it, and they put some silicone on in this hole there, and it was not possible to open anymore. Of course, the customer, the insurance company who owned the buildings, were not really happy about this solution because they ordered a window which is openable. So this was not accepted. So it had to be removed. It had to be found another solution. We come back to this, maybe to the legal aspects. You saw it this morning from Michael. We have an owner, which is this insurance company, who signed the contract with the sole contractor. The sole contractor has, again, of course, contracts with subcontractors for planning, manufacturing, suppliers, in this case, with the window manufacturer. But, and this is the important thing, the owner is not in direct contact with the window manufacturer. That means the owner has to deal with the sole contractor. And this is once again from a slide from this morning. This is clear. The entrepreneur, in this case, the window manufacturer, promised to produce a product. The customer pays for it, and the window manufacturer, the one who installs the windows, who puts them into place, he also is responsible for the functioning and the security of the product. Next slide, please. Sorry, I forgot this. We saw before. This is what I said already. Next slide, please. So this is what I said. So I think you can read it. This is what I explained just before. So we go to the next slide. So in Switzerland, we have this another standard for general conditions for construction work. And this also regulates actually this framework or the work contract between the clients and the window manufacturer or the sole contractor. I don't want to go again too deep in this one. I think it is fairly clear how the situation is between these different parties. So next slide. So now we have a problem, a real problem. It's not the problem of tightness. It's not the problem of wind load or anything of functioning. It's rather a problem of security. So now who is responsible for this? Who takes liability? What kind of agreements we have? Who pays the costs for the repair if there is anything possible? And actually, who guarantees for the safety? And then you see on the top right, the window manufacturer got bankrupt after installation of the window. So the situation was rather complicated, because who is now responsible if the window manufacturer is not there anymore? So next slide, please. So just a quick reminder to this European Product Safety Directive. I don't want to go too deep in it, but it is the protection of the consumers, and it is valuable for any product, including building products. So actually from the European side, from the legal side, from this directive, the case is clear. It must be a safe product. Next slide, please. And what is safe? This is also explained in this directive. We had it already earlier in the last workshops. It does not present any risk or only minimum of risk. And it is valuable for all, especially if a window is already installed. So we are just talking about windows at the moment. So next slide, please. So if we regard this, you see on the right, this picture, this is, I found this is quite nice. It's just falling off the chair. Let's think of this woman is cleaning this sash, and the chair is rolling off, and she tries to hold herself on the sash, and probably she falls down, including the sash. So what's the responsibility of the manufacturer, importer? It is to ensure the safety. So what he did is, or at least what the window system supplier did, the PVC system supplier, it was tested according to the standard. So this is, in that case, actually okay. The only thing is they are a bit larger than tested. But what has not been done is the risk assessment. And this is actually also very bad in this case. It is clear that if you produce a window which is larger than allowed, then you are not following the state of the art. So there are quite a few things which were not regarded by the window manufacturer. The only problem is this window manufacturer is not there anymore because he's bankrupt. So next slide, please. Thank you. You have here the technical solutions. Technically, usually you find always somehow a solution. In the worst case, you replace all windows. In this case, we agreed that the hardware is replaced by hardware which carry larger weights. To check this and to prove that it is okay, we did a racking test with the new with the new hardware. Then these tilt scissors were removed and the tilt function was blocked. It's not a big deal. Then to prove that this window will function for the next 25 years, we carried out the endurance test in the laboratory with exactly the same setup with the new window, but exactly the same setup as on the building site. Then those sashes with the cracks in the frame were replaced. Not all of them, but where the cracks are really too large, the sash was replaced completely. And one of the most important issues was the tenants who lived in this house. They were informed that this sash is just for cleaning, just to open for cleaning, but not for daily opening. This was a very important thing, and that all this has been done. So on the technical side, it was not really a big issue. Cost a lot, but you can imagine you do that with 180 pieces. It's costly, but still on the technical side, it was actually a problem. But we had some other aspects. So usually the distributor, in this case, window manufacturer, is responsible for the safety, but this one was not there anymore. So in his place, there was the sole contractor. He was responsible towards the client. So the first, it started already to find the company who did the remediation. So because this window manufacturer who did the repair guarantees only for its services, but not for the entire window. So that was a problem, because the sole contractor was still in charge, or was still responsible towards his client, and the window manufacturer was not there anymore. And the next problem was that the system provider of the PVC window, here he still rejected the guarantee because the system was still out of the limits, although he was supporting the whole process with the repair and the restoration. He still rejected the warranty. And the same did the hardware manufacturer. He showed a way how to get this window safe, but without taking over any guarantee. So actually, the guarantee of quality and safety stayed with the sole contractor. And there was a solution that to get towards the client, that they agreed to extend the guarantee from 5 to 10 years, up to 10 years. So so that the client gets some kind of safety, that he's got gets good windows, because I think it is quite okay if you say when they last 10 years, they probably also last 20 years. So that was finally the legal aspects. But interestingly, it is still not solved, because now they came up with the cost and they couldn't agree yet. And as far as I heard, they are now already running a court case because they couldn't agree totally. Here at that moment, as I wrote this slide, it seemed that the problem was also on the legal side okay, so solved. But now I heard that they are still somehow not agree, and that it's getting a court case. So it will be a judge who has to decide who's going to pay and what will be the solution, the legal solution. So if I sum up quickly this case, it is the window manufacturer is of course responsible for the safety of his products, and here it was disregarding several times technological rules, and the damage was really big. Probably this €500,000 is probably not enough. Finally it will be more. Of course, window manufacturer is not there anymore, but in case he had been still, or he would be still here, that would mean it's quite a bit of money has to pay. As I said, the whole thing became a bit complicated because of the bankruptcy, and still not cleared after 4 years. And just remember, like to remind you that if you have a case like this as a window manufacturer, you are never safe. You don't know what is going on during several years, and it can really damage your reputation and, of course, your finance. So this was this case. Now I'm open to discussion. I'm sure you know several similar cases, and I'd like to hear maybe from you what your experience is. Thank you.
Гарно дякую, Урс. Поки ви готуєте запитання.
Thank you, Urs. While you are formulating your questions or comments, I would like to mention something. When I was listening to this presentation, I had two thoughts in my mind. The first one is that it's very difficult to strike the right balance of interest because you don't really want to have a conflict of interest there. And the second thought is that the test lab played a crucial role in elaborating the right technical and legal solutions. Safety, quality, but these are not the only key elements for testing. So as you can see from this presentation, test labs can also provide expert consultancy and advice to all the stakeholders in this process. So it's a testament to the importance and crucial role of test labs. Vasil has a question. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Urs. Hello, everybody. Якою краще, українською чи англійською?
Is it better to use Ukrainian or English? You can speak Ukrainian. I would like to share one case. We had a similar experience in Europe. In Europe, they like these large sashes. I mean, in Ukraine, we try not to manufacture sashes that are wider than 1 meter. We have certain limitations there. We have some orders from Germany. It's like 1.4, 1.5 meters, and we have to glue the glazing inside the sash. And we produce some windows for Germany, and there were some issues and concerns about sashes, and we had to send our person to Germany to adjust everything, to fine-tune everything. So we had to incur some additional costs to rectify these concerns. So I fully agree with you, Urs. Because our companies, unfortunately, don't always want to stick to the warranty requirements. And it's a bad favor for all of us because clients don't want to order our products anymore because they think that we don't really want to deliver on our warranty conditions. Any other thoughts or questions? Silence, I guess, means consent, that situations like that are quite frequent. If some additional comments come to your mind on this specific presentation, we can always go back. If there's nothing right now, then let's continue. Our next topic, just a second.
I might add quickly something to the comments you just gave before. We also try to avoid these wide sashes, but it's unfortunately not in the hand of the window manufacturer to decide whether the hole in the wall is large or small. It is the architect, and architects like this huge glazing. In this case, by the way, it was a glued system. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible anyway. It was glued. It was actually latest technology, and still there was this problem. And but it is a tendency in Western Europe, as you mentioned, in Germany, Switzerland, Austria, but also other countries. I know that this windows and these glass glazings are getting larger and larger. And it is a problem for the window manufacturer because they are always very close to the system limits. And there's always a question, shall we go for this order or shall we not go? And this is a real problem. And here in this case, I was a bit surprised about the non-flexibility of the system manufacturer because they knew that with all these improvements, it will be okay. This these windows will be okay, and still they wouldn't they wouldn't have taken the responsibility or the guarantee. On one hand, I understand because they don't want to give a sample to others that it is possible, so they stick on their limits. On the other hand, I think in future they will be it will be necessary that they extend these possibilities of their systems, because the architects, they just ask for this large size windows.
Зараз перевірю, в чаті є коментар. Ага, дякую за відповідь. Добре, дякую.
Vasil is grateful for your comment. Let's move on. Urs, are we ready with the next presentation, with the next topic?
Almost. I have to start my English version because it's a bit difficult, these letters to read on the Ukrainian version. Just let me quickly start. So I think now I'm ready. So in this presentation, I'd like to go a bit more into the, maybe also a bit into the future, or at least at the, on the present state of the art. It's quite interesting because we're also working in research. We have some research projects, which is applied research. We are not getting any prize for some research, but we work closely together with the industry when we do research or development. So I'd like to go a bit into this subject. First of all, maybe challenges on the market, and then I have 5 subjects. I want to go a bit deeper into the energy efficiency, then safety, security, then one interesting development is the ventilation within the window, and of course the digitalization, smart home at the moment in every mouth, and but nobody knows exactly how to do that with the windows. So we start. Next slide, please. If we have a look at the challenges on the international market, window market is meanwhile completely international, export, import, and therefore it's price driven. We have pricing pressure, and it is absolutely necessary to have cost efficiency to be competitive. And I come from a high price country like Switzerland, and we just have we have a nice living standard, but we also have accordingly nice salaries, and that means we have accordingly quite high production costs within the country. And in our country, it's always a question: are we moving the production, especially production, somewhere to a country which is able to produce cheaper? We have that our biggest company has they had about 20% market share in Switzerland. There is no production anymore in Switzerland. They have moved the whole production towards Eastern Europe, Slovakia, Poland mainly, and a little bit to East Germany. So this is a problem, or it's a challenge, I would say. Then the other thing, interesting development is windows all look the same. This is not exactly my opinion, because I can distinguish as we are dealing every day with windows. But if you ask an architect or a house owner who needs new windows, for them a window has a frame and has glass, and the rest they don't see. So it's more or less all the same. Then the product properties are regulated at European level. For the customer, it's very good. It makes the products comparable. For the companies who produce the windows, it's already a bit more difficult that you to be better than your competitor. And maybe another challenge, although the products are almost all the same, so the PVC windows in Ukraine or Germany or Switzerland, they all look the same, but the building culture in the countries are different, and especially the window installation. So, I mean, Germany and Switzerland, this I can compare very easily, or Austria and Switzerland, we all speak German, but the building culture is different. So the installation of windows is completely different. And even within a country, in northern Germany or southern Germany, the installation of the windows, the setup within the wall is different. And we have the building regulations and laws, they are different in the countries. Talking about energy efficiency or noise or sound noise protection. This is different in all the countries, so it makes it actually, although we have all the same systems, it makes it difficult to export finally. Or you have to know the market very well, otherwise you have a problem. Next slide, please. So I would like to come to some challenges what we have in Switzerland. I think this is something which I take Switzerland as a sample, but I don't think it's much different in other countries. What we have is we have a trend towards slimmer frame profiles. So we don't want to have, or let's put it in the words of an architect. They say, if I ask for a window, I ask for glass, not for a frame. So they don't want to see the frame, they want to see glass. They want to have as much glass as possible. That means we have to develop our windows towards slimmer frames, and in Switzerland it's very well developed already. So the width of a frame of the sash is meanwhile around 62 millimeters. Then we mentioned already, you see it on the right-hand side at the bottom picture, large size glazing. The challenge here is, of course, wind load, the functionality, what we heard just before with this case study. Then, meanwhile, we have triple glazing as standard. Additionally to that, we have sound insulation glass, which makes them more heavy, and more and more burglar-resistant windows. So there, apart from the technical side of the functioning of the window, one of the biggest challenges is the installation on site. I mean, if you see on the right-hand side this large glazing, you need about 6 people to put them, to install them, to put them in place. If it is not possible to do it by a crane. So this is a real challenge. And then maybe the last of these higher buildings in Switzerland, we were actually used to fairly low buildings, and this is now a recent development that we have buildings like the one which is shown on this slide, that it goes up to 50 meters or even a bit more. And of course, this gives higher wind loads, and together with slimmer frames and heavier insulation glass and large size glazing, it is a real challenge altogether.
У них там є тільки IBAN.
Okay. So next slide, please. So what is a possible answer to this? We use bonding technology. You see on this slide in the center, this was something developed in our institution about 20 years ago. We glued the insulation glass directly to the wooden frame, wooden sash, and realized a better stiffness of the sash. You see there is still a double glazing. Now it's, of course, they has been further developed, and now it's triple glazing. The system is adapted. Meanwhile, in PVC, it's standard, like this on the left, or on the right, this window from Baumgartner Fenster. It is not Michael's company, it's just the name, which is the same. And there you have a link to the stability of the Baumgartner windows. There is a trial which was done in our lab, which they made available on their homepage. I think this you can have a look on your own, because it's a bit too long and everything is in German or French. So next slide, please. So what are the advantages of this bonding technology? Of course, more stability. Sorry, I think the slides got lost.
Yeah, we're coming back. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. With the bonding technology, especially in the wood, it is possible to go for much larger sash dimensions. Of course, slimmer profiles, more glass. One of the big advantages that you get a basic burglar resistance if you combine it with the right can I say it, the right other parts of the window, then you get easily this RC2. Then one big advantage is no frame sagging. So that means not or reduced after sale services. and in PVC, and that was one of the major opportunities in PVC replacing the steel reinforcement. At least partly it was possible. On the other hand, this gluing needs a certain industrial production. It is not that easy to do it manually in a small company. You need some stable processes, I'd say. You see on the right this Baumgartner Fenster company is probably one of the most modern production company in Western Europe, I'd say. This almost everything is automated without any persons in the production, and this is a wood aluminium system what they produce. They produce around between 400 and 500 sashes per shift per 8 hours. So more or less one sash every 2 minutes. It's a big installation. They invested about 100 million euros in the new production. Okay, next slide, please. Let's go a bit further to the energy efficiency. Next slide, please. So there is also the European Climate Target Plan for 2030. This is something very on the top, but it is the target to get more energy efficient, just to cut the greenhouse gas emissions. So our contribution, the window is one of the elements which can really contribute to this goal. Next slide, please. So here, this, of course, we have this energy losses through the window, which is still quite high. It's definitely much higher than what you lose through the wall. If you just have a look on the energy losses. So one of the solution, of course, triple insulation glazing in Switzerland is standard. Actually don't find any double glazing anymore with new windows. It's more than 90% is triple glazing. And we also use the Varmech spacer technology. You see on the right hand side this picture with this condensation. This is something which is past. We have actually all around the Varmech space, so aluminium is not used anymore in Switzerland. And I think this will be just a matter of time that it will be all over Europe, at least in the countries where it gets cold in winter. Maybe not at the Black Sea in Ukraine or in southern Italy. Next slide, please. There's this. Okay. So apart from the energy loss, we have another important issue with the energy efficiency. They are the thermal breaches. If we have a window as what you see on the left, this standard bit old-fashioned wooden window, you have an important thermal breach at the aluminium rail at the bottom. You see on the right, this is a calculation, and you see that there might be a problem. And it is not really the problem of losing energy. It is rather having damages. Next slide, please. And what I mean with damages is this is exactly this construction. And you see in winter, because of this thermal breach, there is some ice developing in winter. And of course, with a new window, this should not happen. So here, this thermal bridge is still with the wooden windows, still a slight problem, which can be avoided with a bit cleverer construction at the bottom. Next slide, please. One thing which gets forgotten often is this thermal bridge between the wall and the window. And you know, you have a very good wall and you have a very good window system wrongly installed, you lose a lot of energy. And just to show you how this is, we know that about 1/3 of the energy loss in a very good building with good windows, with a very good walls, so up to 1/3 of the energy loss goes through thermal bridges. And some of the thermal bridges are the joint between the wall and the window frame. And you see at the top picture, you see there this C value of 0.08 is lower than at the bottom. And you see at the bottom with the if you install the window like at the bottom, you lose almost 1/3 more, at least 1/4 more energy through the thermal bridge between frame and wall. So this is something which is usually not in the hands of the window manufacturer. This is in the hands of the architect or the planner who designs this installation of the window within the wall, or the position of the window within the wall. So next slide, please. What we all know, we all feel, if you are behind the window, if the sun is shining, it gets warm inside. In summer, it's sometimes not really comfortable, it gets too warm. But in winter, we try to use this, and it is also in the energy consumption of the building, in the calculation of the energy consumption. This is also calculated. But the problem is that when we sell windows as a window manufacturer, we have just this U value, which contains only the loss. And in Switzerland, we have this energy label for windows. This is about 3 or 4 years ago, it was introduced. And here we regard also the energy gain through the window. And this is, of course, depends on the G value of the glass unit. And but it is also calculated. And for the customer, they know this energy label from their fridge, from now also from the cars or from the Hoover. And now we have this also for the windows. It is only the winter case, not the summer. In summer it's different, because then it's of course not really the wish of the people to get more energy into the house. But in winter, we try to gain energy through the windows. And this is with this label, it is possible to show this. And this means we have even windows who produce energy, who produce more energy than they lose. And we call this UW value EQ, equal. So, but this is very Swiss. It's not international, it's Swiss, and it is on a private basis. But it's a label and it's a certification system. If you are further interested, it is in 2 languages on this website, which is shown there in German and French. Next slide, please. Then what was in the past years up to now, what was one of the factors for selling windows to distinguish maybe, or to show that your window is better than the window of your competitor, is to show these daylight optimized windows. And you see in the center part, you see on the left, a bit on the left is a common wood aluminium framed window, and then you see the red line, the vertical line, and you see the optimized window. We call it in our terminology is integral window. And you see on the right hand side a window that was a PVC window before on top, and then there was this daylight optimized window installed, and you see this makes quite a bit of a difference. It's very interesting for houses where the, say, the hole for the window in the hole in the wall is given. Then you can really optimize the daylight, and you have a bit better energy gain, which is also you can also calculate. So that was still is an argument to sell windows to be better than your competitor. Next slide, please. Now we come a bit to newer technologies. One of the big issues at the moment are the smart glasses, still very expensive, but we feel that more buildings, public buildings or buildings of large companies, for instance, Nestle, which headquarters is near Lake of Constance in Switzerland, they installed electrochromic glasses. And the big advantage is the controllable G value of this glass. So in summer, you close that very little energy enters into the building, and in winter, you can change to get as much energy into the building as possible. And this is one real big issue, and I think this is something which will come because it helps really in summer to save energy, because it's not necessary to cool the building down with air condition, and in winter to gain energy and use less heating energy. But still expensive, still only in certain cases possible, but I guess it will come in later times, and that it will be affordable also for standard buildings. Then next slide, please. Vacuum double glazing. This is, the technology is old, actually. It's about 30 years old, and never came into industrial production. Up to maybe about 5 years ago, it was just possible. Up to 5 years ago, it was just possible to get the vacuum glazing from China or Taiwan. No producer, manufacturer within Europe. This Pilkington, I think this Spacia was produced in the US. But now there is a European manufacturer in Belgium who started, and it is possible to get vacuum glazing from a European manufacturer. Still very expensive, just for certain cases, and with quite a lot of limits in size. There are some certain disadvantage. On the right hand side, you see this wooden building we were involved in this project. They have vacuum double glazing installed. It was a research project co-financed by the Swiss government. And here it was possible to see how it works with this vacuum glazing. It is difficult. I would just say it is difficult. It has some disadvantage. The big advantage is the reduced weight, reduced thickness, but we have a problem with the spacer. The spacer is a very bad thermal bridge, and there are also some other disadvantage. If you have a round window or triangle window, it's already difficult to get, and as I mentioned, still very expensive. Next slide, please. I think it is also possible to produce electricity through semi transparent elements, but I think this is something which is rather a niche, but nevertheless it is possible to produce energy even with windows, not just passive energy, also electricity. Next slide, please. Let's go to safety. I think this is one development. Next slide, please. One of the key issues at the moment, and we have safety for persons, risk of falling. On the left-hand side, we have a trend towards windows, as we see on the left, from bottom to the ceiling, from floor to the ceiling. Then if you have this, of course, it is the risk of falling. So we need these French balconies on the left. And the second thing is this risk of injuries. Michael mentioned it this morning. We have a new, it's not the law, but it is a more or less state of the art. We have some regulations that these glazings, as you see on the right, with this sliding window, these glazings need safety glass. Maybe 3-4 years ago, it was still possible to use normal standard float glass. It's not possible anymore because of risk of injury. So next slide, please. These French balconies, they're very nice, but they also have some problems. You see on the top right how it is attached to the frame. But this is one thing, but it has also the attachment to the wall. And here it is still, it needs a bit more engineering. It's a big problem to find to get it calculated, what type of screws you need, the attachment to the wall. As you have in the walls, you have these light bricks with a lot of air inside and with little material. So it's not that easy to attach these balcony glazings that they don't fall off when you bump into it. Of course, you need laminated safety glass, or at the outside that you don't fall, and then the inside, in our place, you need tempered glass or laminated safety glass. It makes it more expensive, but this is just standard. Next slide, please. This is also a trend from top to the bottom glass, and of course, it shouldn't fall out. You need laminated safety glass. It gives the possibility to the glass manufacturer to increase his turnover. In Switzerland, it was really very well visible, this change from float glass to security or safety glass. the last years, the turnover of the glass manufacturers really increased. Also of the window manufacturer, if they were clever enough to charge their customers with the higher price. Next slide. So safety, falling protection. I have here 3 small videos. The most of them are actually in the wrong way around, but just that you see how this test works. This is this EN 13049. This is with this double tire of 50 kilograms. And if you could start with the click on the picture, then actually the video should start. I hope you see it. So this is quite a bit of a bump. Of course, you need safety glass, and the window shouldn't fall out, or the glazing shouldn't fall out. If you take the second one, so this is quite a high bump. And the third one, so the glass broke, but there is a safety glass or laminated glass behind, so it was not possible to fall out or yeah. Okay, next slide, please. Let's get away from the safety towards security. That means mainly burglar resistance. It is becoming more important in the European area. The EN standards are widely accepted and applied. I think this is, it was not like this early days. It was still very difficult to get a common sense of burglar resistance, but since a couple of years, these EN standards are really accepted. Just to give you an idea, in the city of Vienna, the entrance doors in multi-story buildings are they have to be resistance class 2. In the Netherlands, in several years, they have resistance class 2 for doors, and in Germany they have a certification program for doors and windows, and the police and the insurance companies, they all promote these resistance classes. So in Switzerland we have the same movement. It's a bit slower, but for windows it will be RC2 in near future, will probably become more or less a standard as a basic. Next slide, please. So the burglar resistance, you probably know these classes. The resistance class 1 is not really, yeah, this is really a basic. These it's more or less RC2, and if it is RC2, it can be with this N, which means there is no special glass installed, so you can go for normal float glass and not laminated glass. And RC3 is already very, very difficult to reach with a normal system, window system. It is possible, but you need quite a bit of amendments and parts to get RC3 for Windows. So this test procedure, just to remind us that you have 3 different steps. There's a static load test, then there's the dynamic load test. It looks like what we saw before, and the manual attempt. And then it will be classified according to this EN 1627. Let's go quickly through. Next slide, please. Sorry, technical problem. So here you see the tool sets. Let's have a look on the RC2. You see the tool sets, and the most crucial tools are actually the screwdriver, which is quite a big thing, and this wooden, I don't know what is called, number 2.3 and 2.4. I don't know the English name for it. And when you compare it with the RC3, there you have this crowbar, which is 70 centimeters long, and with this one you have much more power. So there is quite a huge difference between RC2 and RC3. We will have a quick look, maybe on the next, or maybe on the next slide. Here you see a couple of pictures out of tests. So of course the window is broken afterwards. Now if you click on the top right, you see this is a manual attempt to a locking point with the two screwdrivers. And actually it is possible to work like this during 3 minutes. And you see the power what you have with these screwdrivers is limited. So if you take the next slide, there is an attempt to the glazing, and not the glaze itself. It is the bonding between the glazing and the wooden frame. You don't see much, but it tries now to remove the glass at this part to get an opening in this between glass and wood. But you see, it is quite well made. So the burglar is not really lucky. Oh, he tries and tries and it doesn't get it. So now you see an attempt RC3 for a door, and you see this is, of course, that looks already a bit different. You have much more power like this. So you remove the seal and try to get somehow a small hole to get the crowbar between frame and door blade. And RC3, you have, first of all, the better tools, the stronger tools, and secondly, you have more time. So for a door, it's rather RC3, the target, but for Windows, it's rather RC2. And then this is the third attempt on a door to get an opening through the door blade. This is a standard. This is these tests what you've seen now are standard tests with standardized how to attack and how to use the tools. You see, he tries to open now the door blade. It's like opening a tin with tuna fish. It looks as it goes quick, but finally it's always a fight against the time. The element is always broken, but the goal is not to get an opening where the burglar can go through. So, you see, so the door is already, some part is broken. So this was actually just to show how the burglar resistance work. Next slide, please. I'll go quickly through we have not much time left, I think. I would like to have a quick look on the ventilation. Nowadays, the building envelope is of new buildings, at least, is completely airtight. This is one of the requirements. And if all building renovations take place, then we have the leaky old windows are replaced by tight ones, and we have, as consequence, we have a air quality problem, and even worse, because this you see, mold problem, because the humidity cannot go out of the room, and then the walls, especially building renovations, the windows are good, the walls are still the same old. You get humidity which condensates on the wall, certain parts in the corners, and you get mold problems. So as a consequence, we need more aeration. Next slide, please. There are different possibilities for this ventilation integrated in the window. You've seen already probably some of them here. This is just an overview how it could work. You have through the rebate on the left, then with the fitting controlled, then also directly through the frame in the center picture, or with a separate device, or what is also possible but not really common, it can also be integrated in the glass unit. So this is just a typology which is just basic. Let's get to the next slide. So this is how it looks like, and it is in our place. It becomes more and more common to integrate something like this because of the mold problem. Basically, we have always more and more damages, and with this aeration, you get at least a part of the humidity you get out of the room. But it will not be enough. This aeration is not enough to get a good air quality. It is especially if you have a look on the central one, this Gealan, the air volume is limited, of course, but it is a basic aeration which reduces the humidity in the air. Next slide. So now let's get to this smart home. We have, meanwhile, this smart home is in all people's head. Everyone is running around with smart devices and smart phones, which are actually able to control everything. And we are still having windows which are, let's say, from the last century. So the new window functions should be ventilation, shading, time dependent sound insulation. I come a bit later to it. Ideally also heating. And if we want to have these new functions in the windows, actually it's absolutely crucial to get, it's a requirement that you can automate it. Next slide. So there are devices and which you can attach to your window, as you see on the left. There's only one problem. If you are in an area where there is an airport, you close the window because it is too loud, the airplane. But if you install a device like this, you will not wake up because of the airplanes, you will wake up because of the device, because they are too loud. So they are, all of the devices at the moment available on the market, they are too loud, they are too noisy, and they are not suitable for bedrooms. So here we have a small problem. We want to have smart home, controlled and automated windows, but actually we are lacking the devices and the fittings. Next slide, please. So we had a research project where exactly this is, or we are running a research project at the moment also, where we try to solve this problem with intelligent fittings so that they can be integrated, controllable, and especially low noise emission, that their noise, their own sound is so small that you can sleep when they move. So next slide, please. So we are at the moment in the development of a silent automated window together with a window manufacturer and fitting manufacturer. We are using, there are some, the frame is actually, you see it on the left, very slim, simple window construction. We don't want to have a luxury window. We want to have it for the wide normal market. Then we will use the bonding technology, and we will use a combination of existing and newly developed fittings and drives. Let's move to the next. So this is just a small, we can't show too much because it's still somehow confidential, but you see the fittings look quite a bit different, and it will not be the same anymore. You might not even need a handle to open the window and close it. So it's maybe just a button, or even as I said, you controlled by a smartphone. So I think if we want to have a smart home, a full smart home, we need also smart windows, and this is maybe a way to it. It's probably not the only way. And I know that some of the fitting manufacturers are also working on this. It's not the only one. Next slide. So maybe I come to, I think it's the last slide. And with this digitalization, we were also asking ourselves, what is the future role of the window manufacturer? Is he able to deal with all this smart home and electricity, or is it someone else? Then also, what is the role of the fitting supplier? Is he just supplying the fittings, or is he also supplying the software? It can also be new sales models, so that maybe it is, you get a like a, how is it called, an abonnement, where you pay for 1 year and you get certain features with your windows, and next year you have to pay again, otherwise the window is not opening or closing anymore. And especially, what is for the window manufacturer important, what qualifications need the employees in future if this type of windows come into the market. So that is, I think, from my side, now open for discussion. Thank you.
Гарно дякую за цей.
Thank you, Urs, for this futuristic perspective. There's a raised hand, which means that Mihailo can describe the situation in Ukraine or maybe ask a question. Well, I want to ask a few questions, if I may. My first question is related to marking for windows. you mentioned this Swiss energy marking for windows. The question is as follows. Is it mandatory for all window manufacturers in Switzerland now? Is it part of the national standard? Or it's a private label? Maybe it's just a private label of a specific organization. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. It is not mandatory at all. It's a private label raised by the two window associations what we have in Switzerland. One is coming rather from the aluminium facade side, and the other one is coming from wood and PVC windows, and they both developed this label together with some support by the state. So the state is somehow, the government is somehow involved, but it's not at all mandatory. It's a private label, private certification body, and the goal is that the window manufacturers who has this label on his windows gets, of course, an advantage on the market. It's a marketing instrument as well.
Дякую за відповідь.
All right, thank you for this answer. I have one more question. It's a question about smart solutions. So basically, this is the last piece of your presentation. In my opinion, there are some problems with developing these technologies, including in Ukraine. And the problem is that there are some separate elements like windows. I mean, they have their own control system. If we have an air conditioner, we can use a phone app to control this air conditioning. The same is true about heated flooring. But it's always more reasonable to use a single control system for the entire building. So what is my question? The most common system in Europe is Inocean. And we use the wet wave protocol in Ukraine. Hence my question, which communications protocol is more popular in Switzerland?
I'm not sure. I don't think I can answer your questions because I'm not in this electronic or in these protocols very much in. I'm not really a specialist in it, but there are different protocols which are used, and I think the trend for the window manufacturers, or what we see now in this project, is to link to a protocol which already exists. For instance, for the shutters. For the shading, there are several protocols, or also for the doors, the controls of the doors, and it will be, I think it is not another protocol, it will be linked to one of these standards which are already on the market. But as I noticed by our project partner, the fitting manufacturer, they run on different protocols because they want to serve several markets. And also depends on the fitting manufacturers, by the way, is not from Switzerland. This one is from Austria. And so that means that they also look on, and they are globally working. So they are using different protocols. Is that, I can't really answer the question properly because this is really still in the development, and it is not yet really clear which one will be the one, but I guess they will run on different ones.
Дякую, Урс. І коротке
Thank you, Urs. And my last brief question. this experimental building that you mentioned, which manufacturer of vacuum glazing did you use? JC Fanevo, am I right?
No, it was a Chinese. First, we tried with the Chinese one because at that time there was no vacuum glazing available in Europe. So we tried with the Chinese one with the fairly poor quality. So the U value was not at all what they promised. And then we changed to a Taiwanese manufacturer, supplier, which was a bit better. So that building was, there were glazings from Taiwan finally. But now there's the European one, there's only one in Belgium. So it's, what's it called? No, I don't remember exactly the name of the glass manufacturer. But
AJC?
yeah,
Fineo.
AGC.
AGC?
Yeah. But I'm not sure. I mean, they are not better than a triple glazing. The U value is about the same as a triple glazing. It's not really a big difference, but the price is really a big difference. So I'm not sure if it will come into the large market. I think it will stay. This is my personal opinion. I think it will stay as a niche for renovation of historical buildings, for instance, where you can't change the windows. For that, it's very interesting because these windows don't like the heavy triple glazing. And so the vacuum glazing is a good solution, I think, but it's a niche.
Дякую, гарно. Наступний коментар від Олександра.
Thank you. There's a comment from Alexander Krasovsky, then Vasil Golovey and Yuri. Alexander, you can get started. Thank you. I have a question, or maybe it's just a statement. You mentioned this energy marking. Is it in compliance with Regulation 305? I mean that the single marking is the CE marking. Any other marking is forbidden. So
yeah,
this energy marking is in conflict with the requirements of Regulation 305.
No, this is not in. I don't think it is in conflict because the 305 you have to fulfill anyway, and this declaration of these values is not on the CE marking. So the CE marking you have to do anyway, and the only thing this is an something additional on top, which means it is a bit better. And this is something private. If I, as a owner of a house, I order windows or ask for windows, then it's my own decision if I want to have something better than what is in the 305. This is my private decision. It is maybe different. It can be different on a public building.
I agree, but Regulation 305 stipulates only one type of marking and imposes a ban on any other marking that can be introduced by the consumer. So the only allowed marking is the CE marking.
Yeah, that's right. But I don't know exactly if it is really a problem. I'm not the lawyer, but I think on the private basis, I can ask for something additional, as I ask for another type of fitting, which looks maybe a bit nicer or I think this is something additional what I can ask as a customer, and as long as maybe it's not declared on the CE marking, the CE marking stays the same. But if I ask for, as a customer, if I ask for some additional features, I can do that. And this is an additional feature. And if I say I want to have a window type which gains more energy, and I say I would like to have one with this energy label, I think this is my free decision. But yeah, we don't have any problem with this, and I think this all countries is the same. I mean, in France they have their labels. In Germany they have also some of the labels. Especially if you see burglar resistance in Germany, they have several labels which go beyond the requirements of the CE marking or RC2. So it's even some kind of RC2 plus something. And I don't think it is contrary to this 305. But I'm not a lawyer.
Ні, ви можете замовляти будь-які
You can order whatever products with the characteristics and features that you need. But according to regulation 305, the only allowed marking is the CE marking. Fortunately or unfortunately, well, fortunately, that requirement is in place. But unfortunately, there might be some sporadic, spontaneous marking, even in Ukraine, and we have a big issue with that. For example, some sort of eco-friendly marking. This marking does not extend to construction products. It is applied only to the exterior or interior components. But as for construction products, the only allowed marking is CE marking. And of course, you can order a product with whatever characteristics, with whatever features that you need. May I add something? I have a short remark on this issue. I was about to ask the other Ukrainian participants to comment. I think that both Alexander and Urs are right. Well, I think that Swiss Energy is not really marking. It's like a private label of a private organization, because marking is something that is in line with the national standards and regulations. And Swiss Energy is just a marketing tool. And any organization, any company can issue such a private label. Let me finish. I could not really hear what Alexander was saying because they were talking at the same time. On Windows, we have some protective films with the brand of the manufacturer. I mean, if we think along those lines, you can also call it marking. But I think that it's not really marking, it's not really a label, it's like a marketing tool. This is my personal opinion. Thank you. Okay, I can see that Alexander doesn't have a raised hand anymore. Vasil, do you have a question? Because I think you had a raised hand. Can you hear me? Yes? Yes, everything is fine. I want to say a big thank you to Urs for this interesting and insightful presentation. A stimulating discussion indeed. I've learned a lot of new things. When we enter the European markets, as Ukrainians, we think that we should offer a better price or some other additional advantages. But in fact, there are some other things that are more important on the European markets. So if they have that knowledge, we will know how to reformulate our EU market entry strategies. My question is as follows. Have you heard of the technology produced by Ukrainians? It's a startup in Ukraine. Windows with embedded heaters. So basically, there are some embedded heaters in the glazing, and these heaters are used for indoor space heating. Is there anything similar in Europe?
I haven't heard about this. I remember this already a while ago, where someone tried to integrate in the frame, in the sash around the glass, to integrate there a small bar, electrical heating, where it just gets warm in order to get the surface temperature of the glass higher, to increase the surface temperature, because it's the comfort of the person in a room is also depending on the surface temperature of the walls around. And the idea was to increase the glass temperature, because this one is, or used to be, fairly low. And so they put some kind of heating bar, very small energy needed, a few watt, and they tried to heat up a little bit the glass and to heat the room like this, but it disappeared again. I haven't heard anything anymore in the last 10 years. It was maybe 15 years ago. So this could be something, because the way how to heat a room, there are different possibilities. We have floor heating, we have this radiator, we have the solar energy from outside, passive. The idea that the window itself is an active heater, or to integrate some kind of heating system there can be very interesting, because the better the building is built, the walls, the better the insulation, the less energy you need. And maybe in an old building is not enough if you integrate something in the window, but in a new building where the energy consumption is very low, might be a possibility to integrate something in the window. Could be interesting. Sounds good.
Дякую. Особливість онлайн-семінару в тому, що
Thank you. Well, you need to take turns speaking. It's one of the peculiarities of working online. Yuri, you're next. Urs, thank you very much. I have a question about RC2 and the testing methodology. To the best of my knowledge, for RC2, the total test time is 15 minutes. I have a point of clarification. So the burglary itself, the manual attempt, lasts for 3 minutes and that's it? And my last question about RC2. Is there any impact on the glass itself during the test?
No, there's not. The RC, this standard is based on classified glass. So the glass itself, the glass package, is already classified according to EN 356. So you have to use a glass which is tested and labeled. For RC2, it is P4A, what you need according to EN 356. And because you have it labeled, it is not attacked during this RC2 test. But what is it attacked is actually the joint between the glass package and the frame. So you are not attacking the glass, but you try to actually get the glass out of the frame. And therefore, this is our experience, you need quite a good glue there, because the glue line is if you, especially if you have a wood aluminium window, you are very quickly near the glue line and you can cut it. So therefore you need there a glue which is a bit difficult to cut. Standard silicon is usually not enough. You need something a bit stronger. Is that answering your question?
Да, большое спасибо. И
Yes,
последний
thank you. And the first question, the one that I started with. So it's a one-off attempt that lasts only for 3 minutes, right?
Yes, well, this 3 minutes, this is the net time, netto time of attack. That means you the burglar or the tester has got the time to relax between. And it is, you have always two persons. One is the one who leads the test and one who really attacks. And the one who is leading the test, he stops the time, and he also tells the person who attacks when to stop and when to restart. So usually you start somewhere in a part and try to get further, and when the test manager feels that he is not going further, then they stop, and then the time is stopped. But one stopwatch is running further, so the total time, including the breaks, must not be more than 15 minutes. But the netto attack time is 3 minutes.
Спасибо, я понял.
Now I get it. Thank you very much. Mikhailo wanted to provide us with some info on safety, in particular children's safety. Mikhailo, are you still willing to do that? Well, we are a bit behind the schedule, but I will try to be brief and succinct. I put together some slides. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, everything is fine. I would like to briefly talk about children's safety. This issue is relevant, especially for our country. And I started thinking about this aspect when Urs made his first presentation. Urs, you might remember that we had a short exchange, and I asked you questions about how this aspect is regulated in Switzerland. And you answered that there are no unified requirements in the European Union, that this aspect is regulated at national level. Therefore, I decided to put together this short presentation to discuss how potentially we can solve this issue in our country. I don't want to expand on the relevance of this problem. I just want to articulate several numbers and facts. In the public domain, we have multiple cases of incidents. So we have about 45 to 50 incidents on an annual basis. If you discuss this issue with the experts, then you will get a different number, about 300 cases of children falling out of windows. These are sad stats. On this slide, you can see only 5 public cases that were covered by the mass media. But there's another important point. Unfortunately, most of these incidents are fatal. To understand the complexity of this situation, just imagine 300 cases per year. So basically, these are 2 planes with children that crash on the territory of Ukraine. So you can, it's just an analogy that I want to draw. Well, I think that even if one plane crashed on the territory of Ukraine, aviation safety authorities would definitely intervene. But what are some potential solutions? to resolve the issue of children's safety. When we are talking about children's safety, most people think of a handle with a key. But if we delve deeper into this solution, we will understand that it's not a perfect solution. Why? Well, first of all, if you have a fully blocked window, then you might have some other safety issues. Because if you want to unblock this window, you have to use the key. It's very inconvenient for the end user because you can fix this handle only in one position and you need to use the key to unblock it. Most people who install handles of this kind use these keys for a limited period of time, and then they either lose the key or they get fed up with this solution and they don't really block their windows. Now, I would like to offer my perspective on the resolution of this problem. On this slide, you can see a specific solution that we crafted after multiple discussions with the experts. So here you can see our national construction standards. And we can see that these blocking devices should block the turning mechanism, but at the same time, you need to be able to use it either for the tilt position or for the turn position. Or, for example, you can have the turn mechanism, but there has to be a distance of 89 millimeters. Here you can see a reference to the standard where this distance is mentioned. This is the distance that is off limits to a child of 9 to 12 months. And these devices have to be tested as per standards EN 16281. And one more standard, standard EN 16281 is a European standard that is incorporated into the Ukrainian legislative framework. It's been in effect since 2019, and it pertains to those blocking devices that consumers can purchase themselves and install on their window structures. Like, for example, this handle, a handle that was properly tested, and a user can go to a shop, purchase this handle, and install it on their window. So this standard pertains to such devices. Very briefly about this standard, I will not really talk extensively about the testing procedure because I don't really have enough time for it. But what is important about this standard? It's tested with the kids up to 4.5 years of age. It's believed that if you have an older kid, then this kid is more aware, but stats contradict that because we have cases of kids falling out of the school windows. And of course, in school, you have older kids like 7 years of age, 8 years of age. This standard repeats what I mentioned about this handle and the key. The devices that block the window in a completely closed state are beyond the scope of this standard. So those devices that fully block the functioning of the window are not included in this standard because end users will not use such devices for a long time. This standard also refers to another standard, EN 13126, part 5. And if such blocking devices disable the opening of windows by children, they are not really part of this standard. Standard EN 13126, part 5, this standard hasn't been implemented in Ukraine yet. The plan is to adopt it in 2022. It's in the pipeline of the Ukrainian Technical Committee, and it will be implemented by means of translating into Ukrainian, and the funds will be provided by the Ministry of Regional Development. So in 2022, the standard will also be implemented and introduced into the Ukrainian national framework. And this standard pertains to those devices that are integrated as part of the manufacturing process. So I think in terms of legislation, everything is clear, more or less. On this slide, you can see two potential types of the blocking devices. The first one is a handle that can be installed by the consumer themselves. So you can purchase this device yourself and install it. And if you want to shift the window in a different position, you need to use both hands at the same time. So a child aged up to 4.5 cannot do that. And the other option, it's a special device that is integrated at the stage of manufacturing. Here you can see an action plan that I put together. Well, first of all, we need to adopt and implement standard EN 13126 chapter 5, and we have certainty that it will be adopted in 2022. Action 2, we need to make some amendments in 4 national construction standards. Standard for residential buildings, preschool educational institutions, and healthcare institutions. And the last point is as important. We need to stage an awareness-raising campaign on the importance of compliance with these requirements and updated construction standards. So we need to use the specialized associations, and we need to use diverse channels of communications to communicate the importance of compliance with such standards and requirements. Briefly, that's it. Should you have any questions, I will be happy to take them. Thank you, Mikhailo. Thank you for having raised such an important topic as safety, in particular children's topic. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Maybe there are questions to Mikhailo or Urs. Well, we need to start wrapping up, but I think that we still have enough time for 1 or 2 questions. Urs, go ahead.
I was just looking for this hand. I couldn't find it. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's very interesting. And I think it's a very, very good step forward. We are at the moment in a similar situation in Switzerland. I don't know, I'm not aware that we have so many accidents in Switzerland, but we are a smaller country, less people, so we have, of course, less accidents, I guess. But it is the big question is also about the standard 3126 part 5, and we had a look on this. It's just a comment. Because we were trying on the side of the window association to find a regulation, because the architects ask for some safety, and it is not clear how to do that. And we tried on the window on the side of the association to find the regulation, and this standard unfortunately refers mainly to windows which open to the outside. not towards inside. And so a part of it is difficult to apply for us. But I think what you showed with your first slide is very interesting, because this is exactly the case how we have it, and we probably find also a solution like this in Switzerland. So I'm very interested how you develop further. But I think it is very important that you find a solution for the country, that everyone knows it. We have, unfortunately, our experience is that it is not really clear how to set up or how to regulate it really, and so everyone does it a bit different. And then we take it over from Germany, which is not 100% adaptable to Switzerland. So I really appreciate, or really in favor in solution as you do it, that you get a national solution on the government level. This just as a comment.
Так, ну тоді остання частина. І
Then the last chance to make some comments or questions, because we have to start wrapping up. Maybe there are some proposals before we call it a day. I think we've had a busy program. While you are thinking, I want to express my gratitude to the Bern University of Applied Sciences, to Urs and Michael, for this new and valuable baggage of knowledge. Thank you for having shared that with us. And one more thought. This is something that I want to share with you. I'm very grateful to the participants, to business representatives, representatives of controlling bodies, labs, associations. Thank you for your high appreciation of this series of webinars. We were pleased to hear from you, Mikhailo, that you remember the first presentation by Urs. Vasil even said that this webinar will help us reformulate our EU market entry strategies. Well, basically, it's already a testament to the fact that we have already achieved our goals and objectives, but in fact, UNIDO has much more ambitious goals. 2 years ago, the UNIDO realized that currently our manufacturers are not fully equipped and ready to implement all the existing window and door standards. Or maybe the problem is that the manufacturers do not really have trust in the test results. So we have this impression that testing laboratories are not fully aware of the standards, in particular, the latest standards. And some of these labs are not properly equipped to conduct such tests. Therefore, this cycle of webinars is just our small contribution. And we really hope that through these webinars, you found out more about the available options out there, that hopefully now you are better versed in the latest trends on the European market. What's next? Our project will continue working on the improvement of the quality control infrastructure in Ukraine. And next year, we will try to build the capacities of our Ukrainian testing institutions. So the only thing I can say is to be continued. We will definitely have more meetings in diverse formats. So I'm not saying goodbye, and you stay tuned. stay in contact. I can see a lot of thank yous in the chat. Let me have a look at the chat. Okay, there are a lot of thank yous. A lot of thank yous in the chat. Any last minute inputs or comments? Then let's call it a day. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for this meeting today. Thank you for this saturated and substantial and meaningful meeting. No one wants to leave. I would love to have some coffee together and maybe have some junk food. Maybe we'll give it a try next time. Fred, Mila, thank you very much. Urs, thank you. It's a pleasure. All the best to all of you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you also, everyone.
Дуже дякую. До побачення.
До побачення.
Bye-bye.